Um, so last time, on whatever this bullshit is, um, we hop back and forth between a few of the party. Uh, Mustang and Mammoth are kind of just like the two most normal party members, and I say that with peace and love. Um, the two doing the most mundane tasks, let's put it that way, are just kind of waiting out until some very important events unfold and they can get back to the party slash their shit. You're waiting in the guild hall. You're waiting for the librarian to zip zap zoobity bop you into the Shadow Realm, or at least that's what it's just being called as until you learn what spell and or pocket dimension it's in. That she shoved Belle in as she had your Primonica. And also like, you know, you can take her shit too. She had a really cool rifle. And you got big iron, but you also want to. I assume you have questions, not just the fact of you're wanted, got killed, or revivified, and said, "Oh, I need you alive for a bounty." That's about it. Um, so you two have just been kind of hanging out. Not a lot of crazy shit has really happened after the fact, because you kind of went through it all. In regards to the Amo situation, your Matic conversation, your encounter with New, it just enjoying or at least living in the moment for as much as you can. The rest of the party, not great. Kipley going for an existential crisis as we got a teeny weeny little bit of Kipley lore. As Cyrus and Kipley made their way to the Whispers of the Wind's criminal syndicate. Surprise, Cyrus is a criminal. No one saw that coming after she introduced you to multiple people. Multiple people who were both, one was in the Heralds, and the other was another crime boss. Um, she introduced you to Ria Ekashon, okay, Raishon, who didn't look familiar to you, but she seemed to recognize you for whatever reason. And it was because you look a little bit like your mom. Um, she knew your parents, but mainly your mother, who it was revealed did a little shady business on the Sinking Hope. A dweller that was, well, reading the context. Not the most luxurious, nor was it the most welcome place to raise a child and or grow up. But it was also apparently because of its current situation, or at least past situation, a decent place to act as kind of a mail carrier. Carry around a bunch of packages, messages, and all sorts without really have to deal with all of the guard that would be posted up on the majority of dwellers, because dwellers acting like cities, you get your own little common militias and such. But nevertheless, you learned a few things. One, Zyrus didn't tell you a lot about the relationship between her and the guild. It didn't look great. She didn't talk a lot. And she seemed like the guilty dog meme where she's just sitting in the corner, slowly turning her head back, not saying a whole lot, but looking guilty as hell. You, on the other hand, were given a lot of options and uh, incredibly deep detail on this offer was, what it could do, but mainly we're pressed on why the fuck did you want to do it? Because this is not a normal operation to have. This is like you're going to witness protection program essentially for yourself, and you are being moved somewhere, and you need to forget something. And you said, "I want 3 days worth of information removed." And she laughed in your face. Not actually, but
It's fair.
very much so said, "Hey, bud, you are like, I don't have any connection to you. I was friends with your mom. I'll cut you a deal, but I'm not going to do this for free because this costs a lot of my time and money. And let me tell you, you can't afford it." So the bare minimum operation that she gave you was for 1 hour, which is 6 castings of the spell, I will be able to make it. I can change what the situation was. So instead of you making a deal with the Monarch of Mischief and doing this willingly, she would make you look more like a victim and have you forced into this relationship. Because, in all fairness, you do have a previous memory that she threatened the same thing. She literally, in the past, said, "You can choose to do this mission for me or die." So it wasn't like the most inconceivable thing. So basically, for I believe it was like 2,600 gold, you could get that 1 hour treatment, which would take a few hours in game to modify different parts of your memory. Uh, and not if, when, because we all know it's a when, you got interrogated for what happened to you and why you were in the state that you were in when you showed up, and specifically both the fact that Durdon and you were found also similar around the same timeline that a dweller was attacked, and you have multiple eyewitnesses point. There's a lot of things that are not going in your direction for this. So you were given that option. You were also given the option that she could connect you with people who she didn't specifically name or give any association to, but she said she's a crime syndicate. She knows a lot of people. She can get you to some people who can hide you. Essentially act as a stowaway, hide you off in a location for a period of time, and that she said they were very skilled at avoiding the council's grasp and have been keeping out of their sights for a long time. So you assume some sort of professional. You don't really know anything else more. And then she really didn't have much else to offer you except for some just general advice about what not to do if you're trying to run away from one of the, largest military powers on the ocean. Um, and she asked what you were going to do, and we got the most concerning response from a PC I've ever gotten. Love you to death, Megan. I'm going to pick a random direction and fly in it. And I quote, uh, Kipley's general plan, from what we can see, is with, I still believe, 4 levels of exhaustion. Is it free at this point?
I
I think it's free.
think it's for.
It's 4. Yeah, no, that's not great, bud. 4 levels of exhaustion. Choose directions. It is. It goes. We'll see how that goes later tonight. Maybe in a few minutes. But nevertheless, you were introduced to Robert as well, the priest of Ode that New had some dealings with. And you, in Kipley fashion, said, "If I am not required to do it, then I won't," and you left. So we'll see how that progresses.
She didn't
Um,
know. She didn't trust anyone.
you knew. Let's not play that game. You just
Well,
didn't trust
Megan
people,
knew.
which is fair. Which is fair. Not trusting people is fair, but you did. You were given plenty of information.
Oh
Um,
yeah, that true.
on the other side of the island, we had one of the worst days of News life,
No.
as you were you're essentially told, "Hey, you know the White House, right? Go break into it." And you did. You stealthily approached the Dambala estate, which again is such a disadvantage to not be from this realm, have little no information about the actual island or how to navigate it, and only get like basic rumors to try and decide like how you're gonna be going about this. Um, so you were really kind of put in a tough spot, and you're also like brand new to the syndicate, so you weren't given anything to help you with this mission. You did almost get Jorgel, which would be a massive help. You don't know how much it would be in terms of stealth, but at least have some extra muscle would be nice. Um, this is a prove yourself mission, and boy oh boy, this is a very high task to prove yourself. As you stealth your way up unseen, very high rolls, and you saw that there was a few different opportunities of how you could do this, of how you want to do these. You could scout around the bottom of the mountain and look for a pathway up. You could just approach the estate, break in for the front door, and do it, not loud and proud, but a little less conspicuous than the others. Or a little more conspicuous, excuse me. Or you could try and go above and see if there's any kind of like entrances from cliff sides that went down onto the manor or went inside of it through any sort of tunnel systems. And you decide we're just gonna climb around the building, climb around what little building that you could see because it is built inside of the mountain, um, and see where it goes. And you almost died. Uh, you literally were a singular point off. It was DC 13 acrobatics check, and you rolled a 14 with an insane modifier. So I was, again, one of those ones where like, oh, you're fine.
Yep.
And you almost died. But again, you had multiple uses of Blessing of the Raven Queen to bamf yourself back up in case you fell. So you were some safety net, just wasn't a big one. And you did some freehand mountain climbing for a few hundred feet. As you're making your way around, you came to the outward exit slash entrance, which is essentially like Maeve's private like gym. She has a bunch of equipment and various different um, like weaponry and armors for training with heavy weights and heavy body weight in addition to your own. And you saw there was a staircase that was leading down to the opposite side of the platform. Don't know if it was descending the mountain or if it went to a different spot in the actual estate, but you decided to go into the main entrance that you saw directly to your left. And that led you to the fuckery that is the Dambala estate. Because it is so big, because it is built inside of a mountain, this is just from like a out of character perspective, is very much based off of how mine shafts are built. Is that because it's built inside of a mountain, even if it is reinforced and has different bearing beams to keep the mountain, even when it is, earthquakes or any sort of battles that would cause damage to the actual mountain itself, like having having Jordan, the Maeve's grandfather, he cast a ridiculously high level spell, Meteor Swarm, or anything like that. In case of collapse, very similar to minor shafts, there's a large network of tunnels that just spread out, going similar directions. And also, because it's an extraordinarily fancy estate, there's just so many rooms. So you had to choose between left and right initially. You chose left. And there was a stealth check that was prompted. And, well, we all know how that stealth check went. Not great. You failed with 2 natural ones. And you summoned the Horde as one of the black wormlings that was kind of just wandering amongst its home. Found you first, and you almost killed it before it summoned for its brethren and turned invisible and said, "Fuck you, I'm getting out of here." And it only got worse from there because you were given a choice between all the various different rooms of where you wanted to go. And we didn't choose great. I'm gonna be honest. You didn't have any information. You played the fuck the meta game very well, and I do love you so much for that. Because you were given a choice between Pearl's room, a showroom, a hallway that leads deeper down into the actual estate itself, a room with a bunch of doors in it, which we all know as players would be the hall in which you all stayed in.
Mm-hmm.
And another door that was just locked opposite of Pearl's, which I'll keep hidden for now, but you can take your guesses as to what it is. But essentially, yeah, you spend your turn, you examine Pearl's room. You showed the I am a villain, not a monster side of New, and the fact that you found like pretty obvious, either well crafted weapons and armor, or just potentially magically enchanted weapons and armor in Pearl's room. But you
Hmm.
said, fuck it, I'm not here to steal, I'm here to kill a motherfucker. And you left it and you kept going. Uh, and in the panic that you were left in, you chose out of 8 doors, I think it was the third door.
Yes.
Um, yeah, you chose the third door. And, well, it was a mundane room. It was a guest room, clearly. And you closed the door behind you, and you got some insane you got some insane stuff to do with pass without a trace and a really high stealth score. And you're like, you know what? I'm gonna just bunker up in this wardrobe, and we'll see how it goes. And you did roll really high. I think you were like a 31 on stealth.
Yeah.
So you felt you were pretty safe. However, even though you are broke and don't really have a lot of money on you, one of the additions that comes in the form of one of my favorite books, or at least favorite expansions on already changed creatures, both from MCDM, excuse me, and Flea Mortals, is that dragons got a lot of different abilities, and your boy ain't using no basic bitch stat blocks. So one of their abilities is that they have the ability to treasure seek. They can seek treasure within a mile radius once they are larger, but this time I think they can only seek up to 500 feet of the world. 500 or no, it is even lower. Is only 250, which is still more than enough.
Only.
Um, Okay, but when the adults can do it for miles, so I say
Okay.
only, but the big boys got some big radiuses on them. Um, the nice. Sorry, I just saw fucking insane art posted for my Monday game. That is awesome. Tell April that she is gas. Ash, and yeah, I said they out of the 5 drakes that were currently there, we're gonna go ahead and all make perception checks, and if any of them got a natural 20, which is what it takes to actually find you in this case, otherwise their modifiers aren't that high, uh, eh, they would all fail unless they got a natural 20. And the one that found you was the Black Dragon Wormling, who out of pure spite was just like, you only got 14 gold to your name, motherfucker. But I smell ya. So you were discovered. And the good news and the bad news is this. The wormling had to crawl its way inside of a very small room to get you, to be within, not melee, but to just find you in general. Uh, which means that because it's the most injured one, there is an assumption that you have, which may not be true. You don't know how dragon hierarchy works. There's an assumption that you're banking on, more like it,
Hmm.
that they are not going to torch the room with 5 different breath weapons and just murk you because one of their siblings is in there. You're gonna find out pretty soon. But you got a few moments you can potentially do something. Who knows? But until then, yeah, it's not looking great because you don't even have a clue uh, where your target may be. You can guess, and guessing may get you somewhere, may not. Who knows? Not me. Um, but you also have a few different abilities that could potentially be useful. So, as we start off tonight's session, we are going to very obviously go to new first.
Yeah.
We are gonna be hopping around depending on how things go, because we'll see. But we're gonna start with you because it feels like we kind of have to. You can't really surround somebody by 5 different varying CR creatures from 1 to 4 and then say, we'll get back to that later.
I mean, you
So,
could, but
no, we're not going to. You're right, I could. Anyway, as we start out, let me give you some proper. Oh God, is it still going on?
yes,
Yeah, I fucking hate it. That can't last too long, surely.
I would thought it was
Sure.
already over with, but
Uh, but hey, you know, who gives a fuck? As we start off tonight, you, my thieving friend, are in a wardrobe. It's not locked, luckily. Uh, you just closed it. Um, there, from what you can from what you can currently see, there are 4 drakes. There is it's kind of hard to make out all of the colors just based off of your very limited sight and the fact that it's completely pitch black in here. Um, but you know at least one of them is the Black Wormling because you can see him literally right outside the wardrobe, approaching you. And the one that you can mainly see um, is there's another red wormling that's a little bit bigger than the others, not too much, because most of these again only have about like a 10-foot wingspan at most, maybe about 15 foot in length. I say nothing crazy, but it's still large creatures. Like they're still
yeah,
massive in terms of like normal humanoid sizes compared to beasts. But for dragons, they are still young. The red one looks to be a little bit bigger than the others. Um, and you can see like 2 other snouts poking in, but you can't quite make out or discern any of the colors based off just limited vision. Uh, you know, I will at least allow you know that you are discovered. With the fact that if you couldn't guess already, the fact that it is sniffing at you, approaching you, and you make direct eye contact with this creature. Um, and as we start off, I am going to allocate you before we roll initiative. I'm going to give you a few seconds here to think about if there's anything that you would like to try to do
yes,
before we hop into initiative. You're not going to get like a full round of actions or movements
yeah, yeah.
because they're not surprised. Um,
Hmm.
you're not surprised either. You were just like both knowingly creatures staring at each other. So if there's anything that you knew would like to attempt to do, um, I'll give you a action or a bonus action, uh, or you know, also some time to think about it as you are
Hmm.
once again you stuck between a
Fuck.
rock and a scaly place. Um, as a reminder, the room is a very basic layout. You were in a
Hmm.
wardrobe. There's a bed to your right. There's a cabinet and a few just kind of there's a chair to your left. It is only about a 15 by 15 foot sized room. It's not that
Okay.
large, but it's nice. Um, you did see there was a window, but it was not one that could be opened.
Hmm.
Um, that is also off to your right, and it's not currently in view because the wardrobe is closed.
Yeah.
Um, and you do know the doorway out, uh, the hallway did, this hallway over here, past all the drakes, did lead outside of the manor. And you know that you can obviously go back in for
Yeah.
one way or another. Um, actually, I'm gonna move you in here because this is a more accurate showing of what's the positioning of things. So new.
Yes.
What's going through your
I got.
head, bud?
I've got 2 ideas, so we'll see if any of them will work. If not, it's fine.
Sure, you got an action or a
Um.
bonus action. What would you like to attempt to do before we go into initiative here? As it's,
So from where I'm at in the
jig is up.
wardrobe to
Hmm.
the door, how many feet is it? The door of the room. Did you say it was about
It's only
15?
about yeah, it's only about like 15, 20 feet
Okay. And then from the door to the end of the hall,
to
how
over
many
here.
feet? Yeah.
It took you about 20 feet to get here. Oh, because it's the third door down. It's not the first one immediately
Yeah.
there. We'll say it's a good 25 feet,
So in total, I'm looking at 45 feet,
roughly.
roughly.
Yeah, you would assume um around that ballpark, maybe 45, 50.
Okay. And then my second question
Mm-hmm.
would be with the minor illusion, because I can make a noise.
God.
He would want to try to make the noise, the same noise the wormling made, but back behind him to make it sound
Wouldn't
like
be the call for help.
just whatever call that he had heard the black one
Mm-hmm.
make in the hall would be the one that he would try to mimic because that's the only
Okay.
noise I think that they've made.
Uh, can you post minor illusion for me?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I don't think yours is any different.
It
Just because you
shouldn't
got it from
be.
Monk.
Yeah.
So you can
No,
create
it
a
should be the same.
sound. Ch- it is sound or object within range. 30 feet, 5 foot cube. If you create a sound with volume, it can range from a whisper to a scream. Okay. Someone else's voice, a lion's roar, or any other sound you choose. Okay. Creature can use its action to examine the sound or image, determine whether it's an illusion or not through a spell save, which would just be your monk save DC.
Right.
And comes faint to the creature. Okay. So what I am going to ask for you, because you don't need to see it to know it's there, so you can put it. It's not going to make it fully outside of the hallway,
Mm-hmm.
because you can put it through the wall. It is just going to be coming from the main chamber. Uh, I'll let you say. You know what? Here's how I'll do it. I'm feeling ever so generous.
Well, my
We're. Mhm.
sorry, I was gonna say my first idea was to try to bamf down the hall away from him, but it's not enough because my it's only 30 feet. Blessing of the Raven Queen is
Right.
only 30 feet. So that was
Correct.
my first idea.
And
Okay.
this is just an action or bonus action before we get into initiative. So
Yeah.
this is you have to choose between whether you want to bamf or illusion this turn. I
No,
understand.
illusion. Illusion.
Um,
Yeah.
I 100%. Um, what you're going to be doing here is you're just going to be rolling because it's not really a spell casting modifier since you're not a spellcaster.
Yeah.
We're just going to be taking your flat wisdom. Oh my god, I was
Mhm.
looking at Zyrus' sheet instead of you, and I was like, why is your wisdom so high? I was like, wait, I was like, how do you have a 22? Because Zyrus got the wisdom card when you pulled. 13. Okay. So you're gonna be rolling a d20 and you're just adding your wisdom modifier, which is plus 3.
Mhm.
This is going to determine if you can roll, if you can put the illusion, the sound. One's gonna determine the quality of it, and
Right.
two is gonna determine if you can put it ever so slightly just outside or on the cusp of 30 feet to make it sound like it's coming, make it sound like an echo essentially, not just
Yeah.
located from that one spot.
Yeah.
The DC, the general DC for this, for the quality, we're gonna say, uh, we are gonna be looking for a DC 13 to make it sound believable for the draconic cry that you heard.
Mhm.
Anything DC 15, you can put it additional 10 feet. Anything past that will get you however many that feet further based off the number that you rolled.
Okay. So pretty much just roll, just make like a wisdom check, pretty
Make a
much.
straight wisdom check.
Okay.
And remember, because it's starting a new session, everyone starts off with 2 inspiration dies. Okay, it's
I
14.
just barely.
So that is enough to fake the cry. It is not
Mhm.
enough to make it any further than the 30 feet.
Okay.
So it's just to be coming from the main hall. Um, I'm gonna go ahead we're gonna roll because it's one of those situations where this could work.
It could.
I'm not saying that it's not going to, uh, but it's most likely not going to work for one, and the fact that the black wormling is right in front of you.
Yeah.
This is going to see if any of the stragglers, the ones that haven't been able to get into the room yet, respond.
Right.
So intelligence check. Going around town. You are so lucky that this does not involve a save. It's just an investigation. Boop. 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 Yeah, a lot of these dragons are not smart. And boop. Cool. What is your key save DC?
Where does it say it at? Because I don't see
It's
it.
8 plus your proficiency modifier plus your wisdom bonus.
It's at 11, 14.
14? Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a 7. We have another 7 from the black one. 11 for blue. 7 originally was for red. And a 16
Oh.
for bronze. So, that 3 failures and 1 success. Essentially, what happens is you make the cry and you hear the it's not it's kind of like not too far off a lion's roar, so you don't have to modify the cantrip too much. That's why the DC was so low. The draconic bellow that comes from 30 feet inside the main hall, so it is kind of like right around the bend right here.
Yeah.
Bellows out, and you don't know what it means. You assume it's a beckoning call. You don't know if it's cry for help or call to arms or what. You could be making this worse for you. I am just
It could
warning you now.
be. I know. I
You
know.
could be summoning every other drake within a fucking 10 mile of vicinity. But you make the call coming from the main hallway, and you watch as, funny enough, the red and blue kind of seeing the black wormling already in the room and having its prey cornered. The red and blue kind of look at each other for a moment and bark to each other in draconic, kind of like these kind of do you remember and or have you seen the velociraptor sounds from Jurassic Park
Yeah.
when they kind of, yeah, it's like the little they make a few barks to each other before they scatter off and begin running down the hall to investigate where that bellow came from. Unfortunately, that does open up the spot for the one that was successful in seeing that it was an illusion, or at least doesn't buy into it. As the brass one rounds the corner, you can now see the claws kind of grab the tops of the doorway, and it just slowly begins to put its head in. Now I'm going to go ahead and ask you to roll initiative for me, as you have successfully gotten 2 of them away for the moment,
Yeah.
but anything further going from this point is gonna be, we're gonna be decided. Also, let me. That is very interesting. Why does your token? Oh, because it goes off of the. Yep. Oh, buddy,
I'm just gonna keep it.
Brian, my
So are the
man,
winds.
get yourself. If you're rolling on D&D Beyond, change that fucking dice.
Yeah, for real.
Change that fucking dice right now, buddy. Because let me tell you, that's not good for you. Red initiative. You're lucky. A lot of the drakes don't have a lot of good initiative bonus. Not very dexterous.
Yeah.
Bronze. They did roll. The first one rolled well though. Let's see. +0, +0, 12. Oh, buddy. The black wormling. Oh, he does have a +2. Oh, God. God. So fucked. And blue wormling. They literally have, all of them have +0s, and the black dragon had a +2, and every single one of them rolled higher than you except for the blue drake. Cool, cool, cool. This is a rough start. So, um, top of initiative. We are going to start off with the Black Dragon Wormling. The Black Dragon Wormling, first off, he mainly knew that you were in the room itself.
Yeah.
Uh, and after making eye contact, knows that you're in the wardrobe, is confirmed after, even though he failed to check and heard the bellow, and there is the concern within the bellow, he also saw and heard you make the gestures needed to minor illusion, unless it says that you don't need to. That's actually a good point.
I don't know if it says.
I know it says you don't need material components for that, but I'm pretty sure minor illusion has what you call it, somatic at the very least.
Yeah, I think it
It does have
does.
somatic. Yeah.
Yeah, it
So
does.
you do have to mutter a few arcane words to actually get the spell to work. So you do make noise from the closet, from the wardrobe, excuse me, and it is 100% aware of your presence now. As it is like kind of equally tugging back and forth between like, I've heard the cry. I also know that my threat that stabbed the shit out of me is right here. So what is actually going to do is you watch as it barks out to the the bronze drake that is right around the corner. And I assume you don't speak Draconic. We'll go on a
No.
long limb here. Yeah, you don't understand the entirety of what it is saying. However, you do see the Black Drake backs up. You don't get an attack of opportunity because you're inside the wardrobe.
Yeah.
It backs up and moves through its ally's space. And it as it is backing up is gonna go ahead and take in this deep inhale and release. Here's the thing, you're in a wardrobe. It is luckily this isn't one of the fire breaths. Because if that was the case, I wouldn't really allow any additional bonuses or cover because it would just set the entire thing on fire. But this is acid. So go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw. I'm gonna
Yes.
give you a +2 to this because you do have direct cover. It's
Okay.
not full cover, but you do have cover in front of you from the door being closed. Because there's still like the gap. It's not what you call it, flush with the door. There is still a
Gotcha.
small gap. Oh my God,
I did change
Brian,
dice. I changed dice.
Brian.
I,
Oh,
we're
so
starting
actually,
out rough.
okay. Let me go ahead and look at how cover works real quick. I am going to be doing some very details. Let's see. Such as article, protocols, arrow slit. Okay, so this could count as 3/4 cover then instead of 2, because half cover is tree trunk, piece of furniture. Um, da, 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 da. This is apocalypse, an arrow slit, or a thick tree crown. Yeah, we're gonna call this 3/4 cover, which means you get a +5 to the AC and or dexterity of anything that's coming at you, which brings that to a 13. It is only a DC 11 to pass this breath weapon. It is a not very high
Thank
DC check.
goodness.
But you rolled really shitty.
I did.
You will stake half as the acid burns through the wardrobe. You manage to get outside, like you kind of pull one of the doors, because doors don't pull inward, but as the acid breath comes at you, you kind of elbow and kind of break one of the hinges and put the door almost as a shield in front of you. And it does take some of the spray, but the other like part of it, because it's a continuous breath, does manage to eat away through the actual wood and just kind of splashes against your skin. You feel that burning, tingling sensation as your flesh begins to melt away.
Ouch.
That is going to be. Oh my god. You are you're so lucky you succeeded. It is 5d8 for their breath weapon.
Jeez.
Uh, I rolled a 4, a 4, an 8, an 8, and a 3. There's 27 points of acid damage, halved down, luckily, only to 13.
Oof.
That would have been a brutal opening.
Right.
It would have been a string of very bad things. Um, but luckily it uses breath weapon, can't use anything else, and is going to back out of the room because dragons are extraordinarily intelligent beings and also have a very high self-preservation to themselves. So he is going to go ahead and actually 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. What's his fly speed? I know it's bigger. 60. Yeah, he's gone.
Mhm.
He's going to go ahead, and because he's so far out of your vision, I'm going to put him on GM layer as he just disappears. Um, Red Drake is currently going to go ahead and make a. We'll call this an investigation check. It's an investigation check to actually like bypass the DC of the illusion. There's also just him
Mhm.
looking around, trying to search for whatever Drake is making this noise. Uh, okay, it is going to use his action to do this. That is also a 19. He has a +1. It rolled an 18 on the die. I think we need to exchange. We need to swapsies here because I'm rolling crazy. Um, so the red drake figures it out pretty quick as it looks around. It kind of like it spends some of its movement to look down hall number 3, look down hall number 4, look down. It poke its head down hall number 5, the staircase, but then begins to make its way back. It can't go past the brass dragon yet, but begins to make its way back towards the room now that it's figured out that whatever creature made that noise, it's not here, and that your illusion is not too effective right now. Brash Drake. Brash Dragon is gonna go ahead. As not brass, I keep messing up. It's bronze or brass. They're both bees. They both look
Close
similar.
enough.
Close enough, baby. But do have a big difference in the fact that one is fire and one's lightning, baby. And this is the lightning. As bronze now can see you because the door has been effectively eaten away by the massive acid pool. Um, it is gonna go ahead. Um, I'm gonna make a little check here because it can do two things. Both of them are useful. Um, a 1 or 1 to 3. It's gonna go ahead and use its lightning breath on you. And on a 4 to 6, it's gonna go ahead and use its repulsion breath on you. Uh, Varying of whether it wants to try and keep you in here or just straight up kill you. This is going to be a 4. Okay. It's going to try and keep you in here while its allies are approaching. So that is going to be a strength saving throw, if you would. You watch as it kind of rears its head back, and now you've become very familiar with how dragon breath works. And you're like, oh, fuck, here it comes again. You're kind of ready. You go to pick up the door, and it's already melted away, and you just kind of drop it and prepare to dodge. And instead of a breath attack, you watch as this concussive blast of air, it kind of gives off that scent of kind of like ozone-esque, like um, burnt hair like smell, which kind of like gives off the impression of lightning, but the entirety of the room and all objects that are not currently like up against the wall or kind of built into the actual place itself are rocketed back and slammed into the back wall as just this repulsive breath, almost like a concussive wave, strikes out in the room and slams everything against the wall. Go ahead and make me a strength saving throw,
It
please.
is there.
6. That
Hmm.
one I expect you to fail. So you are already inside the cabinet, inside the wardrobe, at the back of the room. So what happens is the wave hits you. You are slammed into the back of the wood. You are going to go ahead and take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as your head slams up against wood, which in case slams up against stone. And you are you would be pushed back 30 feet and knocked prone. But since you can't be pushed back anymore,
Mhm.
and because you're in the wardrobe, I'm gonna say you are already you're already kind of in a space where you can't really be prone, but you're just kind of slammed in. You take the damage instead, as you're kind of full on like, kind of like how a lot of shows and media show like people who get slammed into the walls. They do, like the starfish, and you see the impression of them on the other side of the wall. The wood has now splintered, and your arm is kind of stuck inside the wardrobe itself. You can attempt to pull it free next turn, but
Mhm.
for all intents and purposes, your speed is currently 0.
Gotcha.
That is the Drake's turn. That brings us back to new.
Okay. So is my arm like stuck through the wall that goes into the
It's not
next
stuck to the
room, or
wall.
is it
God no, that is
okay?
stone. The walls are stone. It is
Okay, I was
stuck in
like, what?
it's stuck through the wardrobe.
Oh,
Because
okay.
there is space behind the wardrobe. It's not like sealed tight to the actual wall itself.
Hmm.
And it did like kind of bounce a bit because of the wave. So as it bounced, your elbow went for the back,
Gotcha.
and your arm like reflexively went to go grab something, and in doing so splintered through some of the wood, and now it's just kind of like this toothy maw of like what's left of the wood that is left behind the wardrobe, and you can threaten to pull it out if you dare. But it's kind of pinning you there as now it is pressed up against the wall after the blast.
Okay.
So it's not like definitely tight, like if you're gonna lose the arm, and it's not stuck through stone. You can pull it out. It's just gonna be an athletics check.
Okay. Let's start by doing that. Try to pull that
Okay.
arm out. 'Cause I can't be stuck in one spot. That's not good.
You also would know before you make this, if you were to use Blessing of the Raven Queen, it'd be no check required. You can just get out of it. Uh, I'm not gonna make this your action, but this will take at least a bonus action if you're gonna be trying to get out of this.
How far am I from the window? I know the window doesn't open, but how far away from I?
Because the doors have been acid breathed and blown away, you can now actually see the window. It is only about 10 feet away from you.
Okay. Because my other thought is to just bamf through that window
Now keep
and
in
possibly.
mind,
I know.
keep in
I'm a
mind,
long ways up.
you're a long way up, and Blessing of the Raven Queen, I don't believe it requires you to have like a surface to teleport. Unlike many
I'm
of the
not
other
sure.
teleports, I don't think it does. Um, which works in your favor because that means that you can actually do this.
Hmm.
Yeah, an unoccupied space, 100%. So it doesn't require you to be on a surface. So you can do it. You just don't know what's on the other side of it because when you initially looked out, it looked like it was a cliff face.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a gamble. You can decide. You don't have to. Um, actually, let me go ahead and see before I spout some bullshit. Up to 30 feet, yeah. So you don't have to use the full 30 feet. You can do like only 10 feet or 15 feet when you teleport.
Hmm.
Um, because without even needing to make an intelligence check, you feel like if you teleported the full 30 feet, you would probably be in a free fall.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
so this is going to be a guessing game of how far you want to teleport and or where to, if you'd like to use it. You can also just pull your arm out and attempt to do something else.
Well, I don't. I'm not going to survive a fight because I'm hurt pretty bad right now. Um.
Well,
So the only thing I know to do is to just try to get out of here. So he will just go ahead and just bamf out to that window on the outside of it.
How
I don't
far are
know
you
if
going?
just enough to get. I don't know if there's a windowsill on the other side that's wide enough for him to stand on, or if he just needs to
Ah,
grapple and
certainly
hang
not.
from it. Okay.
Certainly not. Um, because it's literally a few minutes, not even a minute since you last looked out of it.
Hmm.
This is a window built into the wall, built into the wall
Okay.
itself. There is no real like windowsill, outcropping or ledge on the other side.
Okay.
Not to an
That
extent you'd be able to hang and or like sit on it on the opposite.
right.
It is 100% built for. This isn't like supposed to be like a functional window. This is I believe I depict it as a mosaic or a stained glass window,
Gotcha.
excuse me.
Okay.
Um, so you can still see through it, you can still teleport through it. I just need you to give me a number of how far you're teleporting off of it.
Well, if his idea would have been to just try to hang from the window, but if there's nowhere to grapple onto,
Not that you can
then
currently see. That's the problem, is that you
yeah.
can't see the opposite side to hold onto. So you're gonna have to gauge, you're just gonna have to guess of where you're gonna be put up or gonna be thrown when you go step for the other dimension that you do when you walk through this misty gaze of yours, this misty step of yours, excuse me. 15 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet.
Um, well, I'm rethinking my ideas now.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
No
Um,
worries. I'll give you a little bit of time here.
yeah, yeah. Okay, first let me see if I can get my arm free. So I'm gonna
Okay.
do
Remember, both of
athletics.
them are bonus actions.
Okay.
So in doing this, teleporting that is out of the window. Literally.
Out the window.
Pun intended. All right. Go for it.
Why did that roll? There it goes.
Did I say DC? I don't think I did. But
I
16?
don't think you
Oh my
did.
god, you went plus zero. 16 is enough. This is only gonna be like a DC 10 check.
Okay.
As you rip your arm out, you kind of, with a 16, luckily avoid the splinters of wood that were holding it kind of in and threatening to pierce you as you pulled it out. You are free. It doesn't cost you any additional movement because you rolled high enough.
Mm-hmm.
With bonus action used,
Yep.
you knowing your utility, teleporting is no longer an option. There is still the bronze drake inside the door. You heard claws scampering in your direction. You also heard claws scampering away from you, and the
Mm-hmm.
beating of wings flying away from you. So you know that not all of them are there. It's just gonna be a guess of how you want to do this. You have your action and movement. What would
Yeah.
you like to do?
He was hoping to save this for later, but he pulls out that electrum piece that Robert gave him for invisibility.
Use the invisibility coin. Okay.
Yep. He's gonna use the invisibility coin to turn himself invisible.
You look at the coin and flip it to the other side, and you see the inscription. Uh, and as you kind of toss it up in the air, you watch as the coin, it doesn't vanish or deapparate, but as you flick it up, which is part of the semantic casting of it, or not semantic casting, excuse me. Fucking, oh no, it is
That
semantic.
other word.
Verbal is the one I was speaking of earlier. Um, part of the semantic casting of it, you flip it up, and as it goes up, the coin vanishes, and you reach out and grab it, and you disappear too. And as you reach out and grab it, you kind of get like the little Frodo in the ring vibe of like the you just see like the doof 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 pulsing of the area as you can now make out the bronze drake in front of you. You see your very limited options, but also you invisible, so you think you're good. Um, I'm gonna ask you to roll me a very are you proficient in I don't think you're proficient in nature, huh?
um,
Are you proficient in
no.
survival?
Yes.
Go ahead and make me a survival check. This is gonna be a very high DC because you are not familiar with the creatures of this world yet. Okay, never mind. You think you're invisible. You think you're pretty safe?
Having a really hard time.
Ah, you think you can use one of your inspirations in life if you want. I'll tell you what, it's gonna give you some information on potentially dragons.
Yes, I'm going to use it.
Go ahead. Uh, this is DC 15 check. Bare minimum 26. Cool. So
Nat 20.
here's the thing. Um, because you rolled a nat 20, I will allow you to potentially refrain from casting invisibility.
Okay.
Um, because as you go to cast it, you think to yourself, because there are dragons in the Shadowfell, 100%. There are not many of them. They are extraordinarily rare, and there aren't that many different. In the short span that you've been here, you've seen more variety in dragons than you have in your entire life. And dragons there are extremely rare. They don't come in chromatics. They come in the form of metallics. Um, and while you haven't actually seen one before because they keep themselves, keep in their layers, and none of your previous missions have any need to get anywhere near them, you do remember you were taught very basic things about stealthing. And because your specific monk tradition uh, revolves around stealth, hiding your tracks, and also stopping others from perceiving you for the various different spells, because you don't have invisibility, but you have darkness. And
Hmm.
darkness stops all mundane vision. Uh, in a lesson that you were taught, this was used simply as an example, and this comes back to you now, is that many different creatures and spellcasters have, not so much in spellcasters, but powerful beings have a type of vision called blind sight. Blind sight can see through magical darkness, invisibility, and just about any illusionary magic for short range. It's not massive. It is not by any means like 30 feet and or upwards, but dragons are one of the very common creatures that have this type of perception.
Ah,
With a natural 20, I will give you just a little bit more. Young wormlings have it up to a very short range. So casting invisibility and staying at a distance, you will 100% still be invisible. If you get into melee with one of them, they will be able to see you.
gotcha.
That is just the warning that you get of the second you go to cast it, you're like, oh, you can still play this strategically and be invisible, but if you approach them to leave the room, they will know you're there. And with all of that being said, what would you like to do with your movement? Because I assume you still want to be invisible. Because that's still, it's not a bad course of action. It's
Right,
just
right.
I don't want you running by these things with this knowledge of being like,
Getting
oh, I'll
slapped
be
at.
fine. Immediately 5 claw attacks. You know,
Yeah, he'll just try to move.
it's like the edge of the room,
Yeah,
or
just into the maybe the opposite corner.
okay, I'm gonna put you in the opposite corner for the
Yeah,
sake of being, because you're already at the wardrobe. You kind of scatter. What I'm gonna ask you is, are you gonna go to the left or right side of the room?
left.
Left. Cool. That's gonna be very important in case someone tries to throw a breath weapon in there. Because just because you're gone doesn't mean they're not stupid.
Yeah,
Some of them may think you're still in there, but also some of them haven't seen you yet because they haven't been inside the room. And that brings us to Blue. Blue is going to go ahead and make his investigation check against your. He is actively searching for the illusions. This is going to be his
mhm.
action. Oh my god! I am going to send you screenshots. um, The previous red wormling rolled a 19, which is an 18 plus 1. This one rolled an 18, which is a 17 plus 1. Uh, he sees through your illusion.
They're not falling for that.
You did get them away from. You did crucially get them away from the doorway, which is good.
Yeah.
However, they are bottlenecking the doorway, the hallway now, as they are kind of back to back to back, Three Stooges style. if anyone's seen the movie Airplane, where it's just like a line of people lining up with different weapons to go slap somebody, that's 100%. You fucking, where is it? Airplane. I think it was the nun scene,
Classic.
or was it? Megan, you know it? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. This needs to. Wait, is this it? There it is. There it is. Okay. I needed. This is the imagery in my head that I need to share with other people. It's just a bunch of people. It's just all the dragons. It's just like, let me go for it. Let me go for it, because they are also kids. It's just like, my prey, my prey, my prey. So that's the blue drake's turn. The black wormling continues on where he's going, brings us back to the top of the order. Red, I need a roll to see if he gets his breath weapon back. Recharges on a 5 or a 6. Roll 1d6. 5. Oh, money. Oh, that's not good. Oh, wait, no. Red didn't even use his breath weapon. That's right. So he would have had it anyways.
Yeah.
But hey, that's good, because that means that one of the others that did use it might not get it next turn. Get that out of the way. Red is... man. He can't see you, because blind sight is only out to 10 feet. He's gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and just make a nice little randomized roll, because the room it's just big enough that the breath weapon can't hit all of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a 15-foot cone. We're gonna go ahead and roll a d4. On a 1 to a 2, he's hitting the left side. A 3 to a 4, he's hitting the right. You really want him to hit the right. Oh, you lucky bastard.
Oof.
So you watch as that same sound of inhaling air, but this time it is a fervorous red fury that comes out of its mouth as the other side of the room is torched. You watch as I'm just gonna roll for damage so you can see what it would have been. Ooh, it rolled really low. 22 points of fire damage to the right-hand side of the room, and you watch as the bed, the wardrobe, the stand. Look at the stand that's next to you, doesn't catch fire, but everything that's on the right side of the room just ignites and is promptly destroyed by this ruling just gout of fire. We'll say, you think the longer you stay in here, it's only a matter of time. Because unless you do the world's luckiest scoot back and forth and they keep guessing the wrong direction, eventually one of these performances is going to hit. And because they are intelligent creatures, he's actually going to sit right over here. He's going to move out of the way and let his brother do his work. That brings us to the bronze's turn. The bronze does need to go ahead and re-roll 5 or 6, get breath weapon back. 4. This is you lucky. You lucky. He doesn't get his breath weapon back, so instead, he's gonna go ahead and actually, you know what? We're gonna roll. Actually, he doesn't need to make a roll. Because it's safest for them, because they saw you almost killed one, and the bronze is not that hardy in hit points. So he's going to go ahead and just sit in the doorway and just kind of take up the space, and he's going to hold his action to... We'll do a bite attack. We'll do a bite in case something comes within its range. And that's going to be his turn. So he's kind of, you see the bronze one kind of goes to inhale, but sees that for the moment, just little minor sparks come out of its mouth as it can't fully regain its ability to exhale its cone. So instead, it just kind of sits there, kind of sniffing, and you watch as it rears its head back and it looks like kind of like a snake. It's just ready to strike. That brings us to you.
New will go to.
You are invisible, and you do your full economy. Just keep in mind, there's many actions that remove invisibility, including attacking,
I know.
and I
Yeah.
believe casting spells.
Yeah. I think any
Uh,
kind of action.
not any kind of action. You still move and I believe
Well, yeah.
interact with objects.
Okay.
Uh, but I think you can still, because it's not technically a spell. I think you can Blessing of the Raven Queen and stay invisible. Visibility 5e. Let me quickly, before I eat my own words.
Nope, you said it.
Yeah,
Canon.
you said it. You gotta stick to it, you motherfucker. Um, anything that wearing ends when it attacks or casts a spell. Yeah, so it does not include racial features, and although it is a teleport, it is not a spell. So I
Good to
will
know.
rule it that you can use Blessing of the Raven Queen while you're invisible.
Okay. Uh,
But if you use any of your key points, I don't know how many you have left, but if you use any key points to cast something, like Dark Vision, Passive Out Trace,
yeah.
anything like that, or another minor illusion, that
Mhm.
will 100% drop invisibility.
Gotcha. I'm out of key points anyway, but that's okay.
Oh,
Because
that's not great.
I did Fury of the Blows, and then I did the Pass Without a Trace the second time.
Fury of the Blows, I don't know why, it just reminded me of, fucking, what is it? Herald of the Bells. Fury of the Blows, Herald of the Bells, going hand in hand. Ding dong, ding dong. Cool. Is your turn. What would you like to do?
He's gonna go to the window and try to investigate this a little
10
bit
feet.
more, looking
10 feet of
out,
movement.
seeing if there's anything that he can use to his advantage, whether it's
You look
bamfing
out
to or.
and you see a large drop off. You are very glad that you did not teleport outside of this. And you realize that from your position, if Brian had said to teleport 20 feet or more, you would have been dead. um, or at least you would have to make a really high acrobatics check or do something to try and swim your way back towards the rocky cliff steps. You would take damage no matter what. But anything past 20 feet would have been most likely death.
Rough.
Um,
Gotcha.
there are parts of the cliff because it's not smooth all the way down. Around this area is because it's kind of like a polished interior and exterior. But you see there within at least like 20, like 15 feet, 20 feet of the window, it does go back to the rocky mountainside. You did scale it on the when you're kind of to get here in the first place. You might be able to grab onto it, but more importantly, because this was described when you were immediately running down the hallway 2 does continue and it does go outside into a pathway, and it does go into a downward descent leading to that temple area that was previously described last session. That is within 30 feet and can be Bamf 2 if you want to use Blessing of the Raven Queen. Or you can attempt to grapple the side of a mountainside cliff face, you know?
Just keep tempting fate here, see what happens.
Yeah.
No.
I will say it is actually no, it's not visible because it's not out yet. Never mind.
Okay.
I forgot. That's all I see.
So he'll get as close to the doorway as he can without.
To the door.
Yeah. Because that's where you isn't that where I can bamf down the hall?
You
within
would have
30
to
feet?
at the very least get down. I mean, you can bamf to it. You can bamf if you're going outside. To where the shrine was. You can bamf from the window here. It's 30 feet from the window to that.
Oh, okay.
Because the hallway continues down and kind of curves a little bit to the
Yeah.
side, and you can see it from the window to its position is 30 feet. You can
Okay.
bamf into the interior of the estate, but then you would have to get to the doorway. But that's up to you whether you, for the moment, want to try and go outside or go back into the dragon's den.
Let's try and go outside.
Cool. You bamf outside 30 feet.
Mhm.
Immediately, you can notice directly inside of the entrance and looking like it's not making its way out, but it is blocking your way in is the red wormling.
Hmm.
It is just in the crevices of the door. And again, it is an open. It is an open tunnel. There's no actual like physical door that you need to open or unlock in order to get through. But you can see behind you, as you kind of look around, the stairs goes down for another about 50. I think it's described as 100 feet away. So it's about like a good like 60 to 70 feet. Is where the shrine and like the kind of various different seating arrangements around it are placed, and the
Okay.
altar to whatever creature or deity was set up there. You still have your movement, and you just still
Yep.
have your action.
I want to dash down into that temple.
Okay, so action dash, and your movement, I believe, is 60 feet, right? Unless do you have more?
Uh,
Could be
no,
more.
it's my movement's 40.
40, so you have 80. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can get down there. You just take off into a full sprint. Um, and it is like it is kind of like Emperor's New Groove. When Cusco is running down the eternally long stairs to his palace, like if you go fast, like actually run, you are going to trip, fall, and die. So it is like kind of like twinkle toes, like tick, 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 just like very. Your feet are moving fast, but your legs, like actual movement, is still very contained. And also, break into a full sprint, it's probably gonna make some noise. Um, you're invisible, doesn't mean you're silent. As you make your way down, run into the shrine itself, you can see this beautiful statue of what it doesn't appear to be a dragon, or at least not a dragonoid creature. As you can see, it looks like more of a serpent that's coiled in on itself, and not full Ouroboros, like head-eating tail,
Hmm.
but the tail is kind of wrapped around itself and kind of coming up right next to the head. And opposed to wings that you can see kind of like large and outstretching, you see these two smaller pairs up by the head, and it kind of repeats downwards for about, well, you can probably guess to be about 5 pairs of wings in total.
Oh wow.
Um, the statue itself is massive. It's like a
Yeah.
15 foot tall, um, actual piece of stonework, and the altar itself is like a good 20 to 25 feet. Um, so you can absolutely kind of whip your way around. Do you want to go up to it, behind it? There are also pillars that you can choose to hide behind.
Whatever's closest to where I'm at. If it's a pillar, that's fine. If it's
Pillars would be closer. To get all
okay.
the way around the altar would take your full movement, but to get
Okay.
to a pillar would only take 70 feet.
All right, that'll work.
Cool, cool. So you run your way behind one of the pillars, you set up, and you wait. Uh, and for all intents and purposes, I'm just gonna give them. I'm gonna give them a round of investigation checks before we hop out of initiative. Just to see if they can get any whiff or any not investigation perception check, excuse me. Because they're gonna go ahead and try and sniff you out. For blue, he's gonna come around, walk inside the room, do a little sniffy. I have a +0 to this. Okay, this is the first time where they didn't roll crazy. It's a 10. So as he makes his way around, doesn't really find anything. The black drake is still gone. Red comes in, and they're gonna shift out. Red is gonna go ahead and roll to get his breath weapon back. 2 does not get it back. He is gonna go ahead and make a sniffer roll as well.
Roll that sniffer.
Sniffer. They do have very high passives. Oh, wait a minute. Do you have? Oh, you do have a perception score. That's a 14. Okay, that's much better than a 10. Cool, cool, cool. So blue feels semi-confident that you're not in the room anymore. Red is going to double down. That's a 16.
Mhm.
They, as they begin to sniff around the room, you can't see this, but they're quickly starting to realize that the invisible creature that was once inside has either snuck past and or is no longer within the vicinity. Now you are 80 feet away. I assume you're at least 100 feet away.
Mhm.
So for the moment, you feel decently safe. And Bronze get his breath weapon back? He does. Cool, cool, cool. Red Dragon steps out. Just for good measure, you hear a crackle of electricity and
This is
as as another repulsor breath goes off in that room. A small just explosion comes from within inside the domicile, and for sure they know you're not there. But that did take a entire round of actions and searching, and another breath weapon to 100% consider that you were not there. And as we go back to you, we're gonna keep the current initiatives, but we're gonna briefly close the turn order, as this potentially may step outside of combat for a little bit. New, what are you doing? You're in the
just
shrine. You can
yeah.
see the dragons are they're not stepping out of the household currently, at least not
Mhm.
right now, but they're beginning to sniff, and you see some of them are opening doors with their claws and with their heads. They're all unlocked, and they're beginning to search the other rooms.
Okay. But there's nothing else down here in the temple where I'm at, like no other hallways or rooms or
What's
anything.
your passive perception?
19.
19 is high. Um, you look and you can see there's a pathway that continues downwards for it looks like a few hundred feet. Um, but it does eventually loop back down, and you can see there's a dull orange light coming, not from like the base of the mountain because you are
Hmm.
pretty damn high up. You're a few miles up. Um, but it looks like there is another entrance that you presume would lead either back into the estate or leads to a different part of the mountain, potentially another way up or down it.
Okay. Well, he doesn't want to go back up for sure because he knows that the wormlings are still up there. So
For
he'll
sure.
he'll just go on down those stairs.
Just continue to follow
Sneakily,
the pathway.
hopefully. Yeah,
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check. You do have advantage because you're actually pause.
I don't need it.
No, this is a rule. I don't need it. Ooh, look at this man, so confident.
Well, I rolled a
That's
nat
right.
20, so
Oh, nice, 30. Yeah, no, you sneak your way into the next campaign. As you as you begin to make your way down, no, I was reminding myself of the rule that invisibility doesn't grant you advantage on stealth checks. It gives disadvantage on people who are trying to perceive
oh,
you.
gotcha.
Um, which didn't matter because you rolled fucking insane. Cool. So you make your way down, and as you begin to move at half speed, because you are stealthing, you can hear in the background kind of wood being slammed as the doors are continuing to be opened, and you do see. Let me go ahead and make a few more perception checks to see if any of them get them. I think they all have the same perception, which is so convenient for me because I can just spam the one. Yeah, no, they all have a +4. So I'm just gonna keep doing this. Uh, do, 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 do. Cool, cool. You see, only the red wormling is beginning to make its way out of the estate. It's not like flying down towards you,
Hmm.
but it's beginning to sniff around the outcropping, trying to find you. Uh, and it looks like, as it is frantically sniffing the ground, might be onto something. Potentially, just potentially. Um, it's not gonna be. It doesn't look like it's immediately coming after you again, but it looks like it might have picked up a trail. But as you are continuing your stealthed journey, you make it down to the bottom of the staircase, and it is a long climb because you're not doing the Skyrim like crouch down stealth because that would be so painful on your back.
My
When
knees.
you're going downstairs, the back and knees would be destroyed. Um, but you're just kind of like gently pacing yourself as to not make much noise. As you make your way down to the bottom, unseen, uh, you look and you can see there's a well-lit interior. There is another long tunnel that goes about 60 feet into the mountain before it looks like it turns, and you can see more orange light coming from another we assume to be interior, either tunnel, abode, who knows what.
Well, let's go see.
You make your way in.
Mm-hmm.
As you make your way in, the sounds, just going off your passive, uh, there are sounds of many different claws and wings. The flapping wings and scattering scales and claws running above you begin to echo. And as you make your way inside, uh, you see there's a small interior chamber um, that it kind of looks like it's not what's the word I'm looking for. Not like a coat room or not like a storage facility, but kind of like mm, there's just a bunch of like various different like clothes, random items. Like you see there is a parcel that is currently there. Essentially, what you would presume to be um, somewhere where people would just kind of leave their things if they'd be visiting, or somewhere they'd store guests' items and stuff like that. If
Okay.
you'd be visiting a household, and you see there is a stairway leading up, and there's also a tunnel that banks left. This room itself, you can spend some time investigating it if you'd like. There's doesn't appear to be any other things of interest nor random Jameses in this area.
um, Trying to think of which way I want to go. Let's check the other room.
Check left. Okay.
Yeah.
You look left, and as you begin making your way down the tunnel, uh, you see you are met with two choices. Death. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, honestly, it could be true.
Death or more
Um,
death?
there is a massive, open kind of. It is completely pitch black from what you can see, but there is this massive like cavern, for lack of a better words, that for scale is about the size because you can't see all of it. You can kind of see some of the interior walls, and there is an exit that leads back out to be presumed to be the other side of the mountain, because it is like hundreds of feet long.
Yeah.
It about the size of a football field. And strangely enough, there's a dining table in what seems to be not the full center of it. It's only about like 100 feet, if not like 90-ish feet from the entrance. And you can see inside, not inside the room itself, but kind of just on the precipice of where you would be entering. There is another set of stairs that leads down. I apologize. Um, this is very complicated. There's another set of stairs that leads further down. Um, and there is a strange, what appears to be 10 by 10 foot carved out space in the wall that kind of just goes inward 10 feet. And there's it appears to be this strange carving in the ground. And it looks like the ground isn't flush with the rest of the area. It is it's not made of any different material. It does appear to be stone. Um, but could you go ahead and give me a perception or investigation check?
Yes.
Perception. 14. Yeah, it looks like it's not flush with the rest of the room. It's a little out of place, but you can't really pick
Hmm.
out anything else besides that.
Let's take a closer look.
Do you step up to it or on it?
Not on it, just up to it.
Up to it. Okay. Um, there's not a whole lot that you can really make out. There are some patterns carved into the stonework. It's about 2 inches, maybe an inch and a half above the rest of the stone. Uh, there appears to be some strange designs that you've never really seen before.
Hmm.
Fortunately, you can't roll twice when you're trying to investigate one object, so
Yeah.
you kind of stuck guessing with your own devices here.
I mean, nothing's like there's no red lights or anything going off in his head by looking at it, so he'd probably just leave it be,
Sure.
not knowing what it is.
You see the massive, expansive space before you, and then you also see there is obviously the stairwell behind you that goes up, and you know there's a
Hmm.
stairwell right next to you that goes down. Invisibility lasts for an hour, so you think you have some time to play with here, but
Right.
you're also on a clock because there are creatures
Yeah.
actively hunting you, and you don't know how many.
Gonna go back up.
You're gonna go back up.
Hmm.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me another stealth check. I need to go ahead and make some rolls here too. Cool. 26. You're so
I changed my dice again, so I'm holding my breath on this one.
cool. Uh, so you do see the staircase that leads up is a straight shot for a while, and it comes to a landing, and it continues up past that portion. Do you stop before the landing, or do you just keep going up the stairs?
If it's somewhere that he hasn't checked yet, he would stop,
Cool.
if that makes
So
sense.
yes, no, it does. Here's why. Importantly, you stop at this landing, and it's not where you just were. You were still lower than where you were previously. And you look, and you see up upon the staircase, sniffing about, and kind of passing by the entrance to what would be D5, the hallway over here.
Hmm.
Um, is the bronze dragon. The bronze not dragon, should be the wormling.
Yeah.
You see the bronze wormling sniffing about. Roll a 22. Um,
Oh.
it
Oof.
it kind of is sniffing in the area, pauses, looks straight down the hallway, squints its eyes before moving back down, heading into the third hallway, continuing its search. Poke your head around, and you see this opens up into one large room off to your left. The interior is well lit. Um, and as you approach, you can see there is a spiral staircase that does appear to be different from the others in design. So far, it's been straight shot staircases. This
Yeah.
has been the only spiral that you've seen so far. There's a spiral staircase on the far end of the room that does appear to lead downwards. Um, but in the interior itself, it appears to be not somebody's personal room, um, but could act as another kind of lounge area.
Hmm.
Um, well, also it doesn't have a bed, but it has one of those lounge couches that's like 15 feet in length.
Jeez.
So like, yeah, these are very rich people. Um, like it's this could function either as like a guest room for what you could presume to be either someone of like very high political standing or a very
Hmm.
important guest, or it could also act as like a very nice kind of like lavish room to hang in if you're going to be potentially inebriating yourself or having any sort of like private conversations because this is far enough outside of the rest of the house that it is isolated. Um, there is obviously very fine, lavish, appears to be oaken table in the
Hmm.
center. Um, outside of that, go ahead and make me a investigation check if you'd like to search this room. Because
Yes.
if you want to skim it, you can make me perception, but it's gonna be pretty high to DC to find anything. Because perception is just you observing. Investigation is you actually going and looking through things.
Okay. Yeah, let's try investigation. It's not very high. Let's
Okay,
try
go
it.
for it. Hey, that's the new
That'll
we know,
work.
baby. You gauge and look around. This is looks like it's lived in.
Hmm.
Um, from the best that you can tell, this this has been used as somebody's room, and it wasn't apparent at first, but as you begin to look around, the nicety of the place begins to diminish as you see clothes have been stuffed underneath cushions and all different varieties of platters of food are in a mixture between half eaten. You see many different wine bottles in a variety of different states of opened, completely drunk and gone, um, or kind of like half empty, and the cork has been not put in excuse me, all the way back in.
Hmm.
It's just been stoppered for the moment. And as you're looking around, you can see it looks like someone has been using this as a living space. Um, don't know whether it's your target or somebody else, but it's clear that this is 100% someone has
Right.
been here within the past at least couple of hours.
Well, he's gonna kind of see this as a sign and find somewhere to hang out to see if anybody comes back.
Gonna hide?
Hmm.
All right. I will warn you. Um, because you did get the information previously. The room is pretty big. Um, it's almost triple the size of the guest room. So it is like 60, we'll call it like 50 by 50 feet. Um, however, you are aware dragons are going off the natural 20. Dragons are pretty perceptive, and also they do have blind sight. So the longer you stay in one place, you do pose a bigger threat to being discovered. I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I'm just warning you of what you would have as information based off the previous checks you made.
How much time has passed? Like, how much
Since you
longer
cast
do I have?
invisibility,
Yeah.
we'll call it a nice even like because you've been stealthing and going at a slower pace throughout the house.
Hmm.
It's only been like 15 minutes. Still got 45, 50 left maybe.
Okay.
So that's for an hour.
Yeah. So he
So
would probably,
you have time.
yeah, he would wait at least
Cool.
for 30
How
minutes
30? Okay.
to see if anybody comes back through.
All right. I need you. Uh,
Hmm.
you know what? Let's bring the group in on this because while you can't physically be here, you can be here in spirit and fuck over your friends. Um, Mustang, Mammoth, and Kipley. I want each of you to go ahead and roll me a straight D20 plus 4.
Farts.
And I want you to do it twice.
Double farts.
Just roll 2D20 plus 4. Okay. Thank Ryan that he rolled shit. Ooh, Kipley's luck is coming in good. Love that too. Ooh, 20. Okay. So the highest that we've rolled is a 20.
I got a 22 and a 19.
22
Ooh.
and a 19. Okay, so 22 is the new maximum. Um, I need you to go ahead and roll me 2 stealth checks real quick.
Okay.
This is gonna be over the course of. We're gonna do. We'll
Like
do this.
15-minute.
No, we're gonna do 10-minute at a time.
Oh, okay.
10-minute intervals. This is gonna be the first 2 rounds of checks. I'm gonna have them roll it. I'm gonna roll the last round. So you need to be for the first 2 above it. Okay.
There's one.
Well, let me finish before before you fuck yourself
Oh,
here.
okay.
You need to roll above. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna reverse this. 'Cause they didn't roll. Actually, no. Fuck it. It doesn't matter because they rolled twice. So we can just take disadvantage. So that's a 2. That's a 6. What was your lower roll? 19, Ash? Right? It was a 19
No.
and a 22.
Yes, it was 19.
Cool. We're gonna hold those. We're gonna make that 1 check at disadvantage. So 20 is a success, just barely. You do see that same bronze drake makes its way down the stairs, and it snoops a little bit around the room, but you kind of play ring around the rosy a bit and stay out of a presumable range because you don't know how far the blinds fight goes out. It's a guess. It could be you don't know, but you just try and play around them and stay at the far corner of the room, hugging yourself up against the wall. The rest of the drakes, as far as you can tell, don't seem to be paying you any current attention at the moment. I'll ask you this: you want to keep that 20, or you want to roll again potentially on this next set before I tell you what they rolled? As I go ahead, click
Oh my
free time.
gosh.
Decisions.
I know, I hate options like this.
Essentially, what I'm asking you is, with a 20, you are going to be keeping yourself in a corner of the room, not moving for the entirety of the 10 minutes. Which means you can't do any other actions. You can't do anything else. You're going to be stationary for 10 minutes, no matter what. You can potentially keep the 20 and pass, but if you don't re-roll, you will fail if they find you.
Oh my
And there'll be no sort of object. They only have a +4, and it's a disadvantage.
And I don't want to push my luck right now, so I will keep the 20.
Keep the 20.
Yep.
You do still have inspiration die. I
I
think
do.
you used 1 already, right?
I did, yeah. I've
Yeah, so
used
you have 1 left.
Okay.
Keeping the 20.
Keeping the 20.
Disadvantage. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god.
All 3 rolled a nat 20.
Yeah, all 3 of them rolled natural 20s. No, they just rolled really high. Luckily, not both of the rolls were really high. That is a 14, as a 6, as a 12. That would have been a 23 with a natural 19. With disadvantage, takes the lower. One was another 14, one was another 15. So they begin to come down in troves, passing through in kind of like a buddy system-esque group. You see as the bronze comes down, the blue follows, and they kind of like Scooby-Doo their way up and down a little bit. And eventually the red follows, and that's the closest one that comes to finding you. And it stops about halfway in the room before it gets distracted by a little morsel on the table. You see a little bit of fresh meat. It's not like steaming, it's not like smoking hot, but it's still kind of warm as you pass by it. And it just gobbles it up and continues on its way. And then you see the fucking you see they just pass right back through as they go back upstairs. And one final set of rolls. You moving? Are you still waiting there?
Still waiting.
Cool. So here's the thing. These are not just going to be the dragons rolling this time around. Because as you wait around the 30-minute mark, you hear, with a passive perception of 19, footsteps. Footsteps coming from not above, but below. From the same direction that you just came in. And you hear the clack. It's not very loud, It does sound like rather soft footfalls, but they didn't roll high enough to beat a 19. So you are unsure of who and or what it is, but it does sound significantly lighter and more humanoid than any of the dragons that you've heard so far, which is just a fuckery of scales against stone. So as you wait, what would you like to do? Would you like to prepare anything? Would you like to move in the room at all? Because currently you are back up against the wall on the furthest, we're going to call this left-hand side corner of the room, because that puts you the furthest away from the entrance to the stairs.
Right. How far away, feet-wise?
60 feet to get, or not 60, 50 feet to get to the stairwell. To get to the main one. The spiral staircase is right behind you. That's only about 10 feet.
Okay, but the sound's coming from...
Sound is coming from where you
spiral?
just came. Yeah, no, not from the spiral. From the main staircase, 50 feet away. And it sounds very distant coming towards you. So you do have time if you wish to move or react. But you are also... From all the dragons passing by multiple times, you think you're pretty well hidden.
He'll move up at least 20 feet if there's like another pillar or something to hide behind.
No pillars in this room. It is an open space. You can hide around. Behind like furniture. There are tables and there is like, again, those large lounge couches. There's at least 2 of those that you can hide behind one. It does put you further into the room, closer to the stairs, but you can do that if you want cover.
Yes.
Okay. Because you're moving, go ahead and make me another stealth check. Roll high. 25. Okay. You hunker down, sitting with your head peeked over. And you do hear the scattering of claws. As fuck it, we'll roll D4 to decide who shows up. 3. Man, the bronze can't get enough. As the bronze dragon comes soaring down the staircase, you watch as it's flying down the staircase. It's not running. You hear claws clacking on stone, and then you hear and these large gusts of wind kind of blow past as it darts down the stairs. And you hear a heavy impact, like it has just hit a wall of some sort. And you also hear this low murmuring. Go ahead and make me a perception check. So you're relying on your passive, but this is more of an active thing of trying to listen in on something that's happening far away from you.
Okay.
Passive is just in like your nearby vicinity.
Ugh.
12. You hear what sounds like low murmuring. You can't make out any actual like. You can't tell if it's a voice or another draconic cry, but it is this deep kind of rumbling noise, and it goes silent. You doing anything?
No.
Or are you just waiting?
Okay. Yeah, just waiting.
You can now hear audibly. There's no one. Go ahead and see. Nope. Yeah, you can hear it. Man. Go ahead and make me an insight check as well. Okay. Real quick. Call us. Go to DC 15. No, never mind. Nope. It doesn't really matter too much. It's just whether you could determine whether they're trying to be quiet or whether they're just obviously walking up. You do hear footsteps beginning to ascend the stairs, and as you're kind of hiding behind the couch, just barely peeking over, you see this massive individual standing just under 7 feet tall, wearing what looks like to be a this kind of mixture of what was probably at a time a very kind of nicer athletic suit, kind of like heavy cloth, um, made to kind of act not like Kevlar, but kind of like a thicker hide-ish armor that's made with some leathers in there, and what appears to be this kind of almost what's the word I'm looking for? Almost this kind of like G.I. Joe Ranger style-esque outfit, where he has like the two leather straps coming over his shoulders, connecting to a belt. The belt has a bunch of weapons on it. You see a numerous amount of daggers. There's a gnarly pair of, not gauntlets, but what you can see is there are spiked gloves that have like these tiny, not like needles, but like actual spikes, what appears to be either like glued on, drilled on, or kind of sewn into the actual material itself, that are already on his hands. And you see this kind of blondish, shortcut hair, um, golden eyes, and what appears to be kind of like a roughed up face. The two scars that kind of look older on each side of the face, just kind of equally on opposite sides of the cheek. And then you see some what appear to be kind of recent wounds that are still kind of going through the bruising process, changing colors. And you watch as they make their way up onto the ledge, excuse me, the landing. Look about and begin to make their way into the room. And as they begin to look around, I'm gonna go ahead and roll a perception check for them. As he's a little bit more perceptive than a dragon. Not by much. It is. We're actually gonna go ahead and roll a luck check real quick. Ooh, that's not good for you. Okay. Because unfortunately, your skill set is not great for this manner. Oh my god. So here's what happens, bud. This figure begins to walk in, kind of making their way around the room, and you recognize they're investigating it in the same way that you were not but 30 minutes ago. And as you are kind of slowly move, are you moving, or are you staying completely still?
He'd probably be staying still.
Cool. As you're staying completely still, not moving an inch, you're kind of trying to keep your breathing as low as possible, trying not to move at all, just completely trying to erase your presence. You watch as this figure picks up a few items on one of the counters, begins looking for them, and you see he picks up what looks like to be a almost like a pocket watch. You see a bit of clockwork on the interior, and he kind of cocks his head, has a surprised look on his face as he looks down, and then there's like a look of recognition and a smile, and he closes it and puts it in his own pocket. Before he turns around and begins to proceed towards the staircase and stops. And like within a second of beginning to like be like, oh, it looks like he's leaving, and you get like that sigh of relief. He makes direct eye contact with you. And you watch as he looks towards the landing, looks back towards you, and is going to go ahead and make a rush at you. As in a split second, he's roughly about like 15 feet away. Mm-hmm. You watch as he closes that gap instantly. Like he kicks up on the carpet, and you see the carpet completely flies back. You hear a little bit of as some of because these are wooden floors, it's not stone. Some of the wood physically bends, and he leaps what would be 30 feet, but can only go up to 15 because you're 15 feet away. and is going to go ahead and attempt to make a grapple check. I need you to make me acrobatics, if you will.
Okay.
And
And
he's gonna go
invisibility had worn
ahead-
off, or he got through it.
It's not worn off. Go ahead. You make me intelligence check, straight intelligence, if you will.
Oh, okay.
So you don't know what went wrong, but natural 20. The way he looked at you is the same way those drakes looked at you,
Gotcha.
and based on some of your own some of your previous teammates had I say teammates. Some of your previous guildmates, excuse me. We're all friends on the team. Some of your previous guild members, not a lot of them. It was only one that you remembered. The overseer also had blind sight. It is extraordinarily extraordinarily rare for a humanoid to have it. But the way that he looks at you, he is not looking past you. He is looking at you.
Gotcha.
So go ahead and make me a straight acrobatics check.
Okay.
You are looking to beat. Oh, only a 14. 14. So this is success because it's me to beat it. He gets up into melee with his burst of speed, goes to wrap around you, grabs you, and you pull away. You are still invisible, but you pull away and kind of, you don't push back from him necessarily, but as he goes to grab your arm, you just kind of break, not like fully break the wrist, but you pop it out of socket so the wrist just slides through, and you watch as he looks at you with this kind of like, oh my god. Let me be clear. You are trained to kill and also escape high risk situations. You are always ready to hurt yourself a little bit and get those bruises in the morning and still be alive to see that morning. As you pop it back into place and back up, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna roll initiative.
Right.
We're gonna roll initiative again. As this unexpected old fellow, gonna look pretty familiar to a lot of you guys. Let me go ahead. Do I have a hold in? We do. Good. Okay, this is not. Oh shit. Never mind. Unless, perchance, mayhaps. Oh fuck you.
Maybe.
I hate when certain battle map files just Roll20 is like, it's a web file, so it may work, but no promises. And then just doesn't load because it likes PNGs more. Cool. Oh, what'd you roll though?
13.
13. Roger, Dagger. Que me un momento, por favor. It's not exactly 1-to-1, but it at least gives me peace of mind of having a floor. So, we're gonna drag it. There's a whole bunch of couches and shit in here. That makes it far more elaborate. Ignore the top half. Actually, no, let me just expand the map real quick so it's just the floor. It honestly would have been better to make this just white, but you know what? The brain needs tiles, and tiles we shall give. Actually, no, there is a bar. Yeah, there's a bar in here. It's fucking fancy as hell. These guys, they're rich as fuck. Go ahead and put yourself right around this side of the map. Let me go ahead and put our friend on that side of the map as well. As you haven't recognized this fellow, you don't recognize this fellow, but, well, some others might. And I don't know why they make him so big every time he pops up. There we go. Cool. So you rolled a 13. I'm gonna go ahead and roll for your boy. And actually, you know what? You're doing this with my physical dice. I have been neglecting my babies of recent, so we're gonna give my Scanlan D20 some love. Ooh, that is a 17, so he is gonna be going first. you watch this again, like he looks surprised to see you just sitting there. And he kind of just cocks his head to the side as you kind of just broke your wrist to get out of a grapple, and then was going to go ahead and make another one on you. And I will say it is it's not any actual melee damage with this. He is just trying to restrain you.
Yeah.
So go ahead and make me an acrobatics check. You're looking to beat a 28.
Oh.
I don't know. Can you beat a 28? Do you have the modifier?
I have a
No.
+7 to acrobatics, so it'd have to be nat
Yeah,
20.
That's 20.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you are grappled. He grabs you, puts his hand around your mouth, and pulls both you to the floor, kind of pushing you behind one of the lounge chairs. I'm gonna go ahead and roll perception checks. It's a 2. It's a 17. It's a 19. Okay. You hear scuttling coming from above, and you listen and hear as he calls out in a language that you don't know. Sounds pretty familiar. As he calls out, and just begins this kind of small little, like, almost like a chitter. And you watch as the red drake that was beginning to peek its head around the corner hears it and begins to beeline down the stairs as it sees its friend on the ground and it just got told to go help him. And as he has you grappled on the ground, he looks at you up and down, kind of furrows his brow, and goes, "Listen very carefully, my friend. I don't have a lot of time, and I don't know who you are, but you're going to nod yes or shake your head no, or I'm going to snap your neck. Do you understand?"
He nods.
Good. Does the whispers of the wind ring a bell?
He nods.
Is that why you're here?
He nods.
You just hear this deep sigh get let out, and he releases you. I would have thought that you had already been gone by now. I assume
What?
you've... And he looks at, like, the drake that just ran past, and looks back at you, and you see that spiky knuckle glove. Now it's a little bit up close. Bit of blood on it now. That wasn't there previously. You think about the dragon that went down the stairs prior, put 2 and 2 together. He goes, I assume you have not progressed past this point yet.
I've been in so many places in this massive building. I don't even know where I am anymore.
And he kind of looks you up and down. And again, you're still invisible, but he has no problem seeing you. At least not at this distance. He goes, did you come inside invisible, or did you become invisible after the fact?
After the fact.
Are you a long-term operator for them, or is this new to you?
This is new.
Right. I will give you a piece of advice that you will remember till the day you die, which may be today. Don't use invisibility around dragons. It is useless. Simply know the right phrases in Draconic, and make sure that you knock one unconscious so the others go to its aid. They are familial bonds when raised in these conditions. In the wild, they don't care about each other, but these Dumbulas, they're very easy to control. And he
Noted.
offers, as he kind of pushes away, he offers a hand to pull you up.
Grabs him by the forearm.
I presume that Ria did not tell you who the operative that you are here to help what their name was?
She didn't tell me a whole lot of stuff. Just who my target was and where they were.
All right. Well, I was told that the mission would either be done by now or you would be dead, and I was to go in and finish this myself. Pleasure to meet you. I am the operative. And holds out his hand, in kind of like a handshake gesture, but also like he looks down and realizes the spikes and goes, "Apologies," and slips off the glove and puts the hand back out.
He'll shake his hand.
My name is Ivar Verden. What is yours?
New Baron Uso.
I've never heard a name like that before in my life. That is strange.
I'm
If you
not
wish to
from here.
live, follow me. New Baron also.
He follows.
And he immediately begins to go down towards the spiral staircase. And as he begins to walk down, goes, I presume they did not tell you much about this mission.
Just who I was after. I'm sorry?
Yes. I said just you were supposed to kill the herald that was known as James.
Yes. Cut off his head.
His
Bring it
full name
back
is
or not.
James Tordan. He was previously one of my men. And unfortunately, a group of vessels let him live. And because of this, an investigation into the heralds has been uncovered. And I need to hide tracks before he reveals them to the council. So when I tell you this mission very much depends, or my life very much depends on this mission, I mean my life very much depends on this mission. So do not fuck this up any more than you already have understood. The fact that I am here is of great risk, because if any of the bigger dragons smell me, we are not going to leave this place alive.
He nods and they'll say, let's get to it then. Let's make this quick.
All right, stay close. And for the purposes of this, because Ivar can essentially control wormlings to an extent, or at least manipulate them so that they're not going to be bothering you, I want you to go ahead and roll me an investigation check. Ivar is going to go ahead and assist you because he sucks at those, even worse than you. And this is essentially going to be sweeping the manor side for where James might be.
Okay. That's with advantage, right?
With advantage because the help action, yeah.
Okay, let me, I meant to do it with advantage. Here we go. Not good.
Only a 13. You begin the search, and this is essentially to determine how long it takes. You waited 40 minutes with combined getting to that location and waiting the 30 in it. You only got 20 minutes on your invisibility. It takes far longer than that, and invisibility wears off. As you are walking around the estate for like another 15 minutes following these networks of tunnels, trying to find another room, and you feel the spell beginning to flicker and you apparate as you are once again visible. However, you've come down to a selection of hallways that are now far deeper into the mountain itself than where you were previously. And it seems that Ivar seems more confident that he's going to be down here than he is upstairs. And as he leads you to the different halls, go ahead, and I would like you to choose. What's behind door number 1, door number 2, and door number 3? There is a left tunnel that appears to it leads to a darkened room that looks to be kind of like a larger interior, similar to what you saw above. There is a straight, that one's being off to the left, straight down the hall. there appears to be what looks like to be a vault door. You see the vault door is currently closed. And it's one of those old vaults that's just massive steel door built into stone. And off to the right, you can see there's another darkened interior, but you can see there's a opening that leads outside. Far into the actual chamber, the chamber itself is only like 20 feet away from you.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other side of it, it looks like a 70-ish feet away from where you are currently. It leads back outside.
Okay. Let's check the vault.
Okay. Approach the vault.
Mm-hmm.
Are you just walking up?
Yeah.
Like to do anything? Would you like to do anything prior? Okay. Let this be a future lesson / welcome to Rogue. Checking for traps is very useful when approaching doors like this. Just in general. I'm not going to make you do it in an entire house, of course, because that'd be torture. So things like this, you might want to make a pencil note somewhere that, even though you may not be good at investigation, you still might want to try. As you walk up and you hear a ding. I need you to go ahead and make me dexterity saving throw. And Ivar needs to make one as well. As you step literally like 10 feet down the hall, haven't even reached the vault door yet. Tripwire goes off. You're going to beat a DC 16.
Okay.
This is going to be...
I'm going to use
6.
my
Fail.
other inspiration.
Ivar passes. 18 on the die. Use your last inspiration?
Didn't get it. Yeah, I still didn't get it.
But... Well, get ready for that new character, bud.
Right?
This is going to be... I wish my mic... Wait, hold on. Can I pick it? Let's see. Can I pick this up? Nah, fuck, I can't.
This is...
I want to see if we get all the dice rolling. Oh my god. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. You take 18 points of piercing damage. And as all of these, you watch as the ceiling opens up, and literal spears drop from the ceiling.
Jeez.
They don't drop; they are propelled. But as they are propelled down, you dodge out of the way of a few of them, and you watch as one of them slams into your shoulder. And I mean into your shoulder. It goes 4 inches deep. It hits the shoulder bone and carves downward and goes back and goes kind of like tearing into your back tendons as it cleaves through the flesh and sinks into your kind of like Achilles heel. All in one fucking motion. Lucky that I rolled shit. Because I'm pretty sure I probably just could have killed you. You watch as 2 more jut out from the sides, and one kind of sticks you in the abdomen, one kind of sticking you in your other shoulder, and watch as Ivar just catches one lands into his shoulder. It doesn't look like he's too bothered by it, and then another one kind of sticks directly into his stomach, but the armor kind of taking most of the blow just pulls it out. And he kind of looks down towards you and goes, do you like... All right. And he just doesn't say it. It's just like he fully going out of like the motion of like, okay, this is like a trained professional sent by a thieves guild to assassinate someone. Surely that he would have the perception to notice things. If he's walking, it must be okay for me to walk. That's what his plan was. He's like, all right, well, fuck you again. You walk up to the door. It is closed. And it is locked.
Is it trapped? Oh.
You can make a check. By all means, please. By all means, please go ahead and make me a check.
That's better.
Total 18. It is trapped. You see, it is obviously you can't really check for magical traps, so you don't know
Mm-hmm.
if there's any sort of spells on it. But at least physically, there is. This is a thick door, and you are quickly aware of just probably how thick it is because there is an explosive on the front.
Jeez.
It is an incendiary, so it wouldn't actually cause any damage to the door itself, but it would send out a kind of gout of flame, essentially, or not gout of flame. There's like essentially a sack that has explosive black powder in it. You just kind of
Mhm.
look around, you sniff out in the air, and you're like, I recognize that. That's not good. um, and as you begin to like look to how you even open this, you see it is attached to the door itself and to the actual um, different poles that connect the main mechanism to open it. To the combination lock, excuse me. Give me time to disarm it using a thieves' tools check.
Mm-hmm. He'll look over to this new guy. Just look up at him and say, "So, what do you think? Is it even worth it?"
He looks down, confused at you.
Like, do you think he's in this room, or should we check elsewhere?
Baldur's Gate disapproval meter continuing to plummet. He goes, "You already set off trap. There is big vault door. It could not be more obvious. If he's not behind the vault door, then he is not in here. Where would you keep your secret possessions that you wanted to keep safe? Out on terrace?
Things I've seen while I've been here, it wouldn't surprise me.
If we do not check in here, I will be ashamed if he is in here."
He will pull out his thieves' tools and start working on it.
As you're doing that, and as you're kind of again, you're beat to shit. You look awful and feel awful.
Barely standing.
It is not a good day to be called new. And you see he kind of looks at you and goes, "For fuck's sake!" He goes, "Finish that up when you're done." And places this kind of red liquid vial on the floor in front of you. It's like, you can't even take care of yourself. How are you a thief? You're not the. You break your own knuckles, but you can't even unlock it. He's just mumbling to himself while you're trying to unlock. Go ahead and make me a thieves' tool pick.
Is that
It would just
sleight of
be
hand?
yeah, because it's your dexterity plus your proficiency bonus. So if you're
Yeah.
proficient in sleight of hand, you just click sleight of hand.
Okay.
It doesn't change anything. 13. Oh, buddies.
I am all over the place tonight.
Cool. Let me ask you a very important question. Do you take the healing potion before, or do you not stop your work and you just keep going?
He would have took it before, I think.
Go ahead and roll me. He's not going to give you anything more than what you
Yeah.
need. 2d4 plus 2. This is standard.
2d4 plus 2. Okay.
So 7 points.
Yeah.
7 points of healing. The healing goes through. It's well actually because that's your bonus, and you can use your action to pick it.
Mm-hmm.
As you do so, you begin to slowly but surely get through. It's like a series of wires that are connected to the tumblers themselves. And as you begin to slowly try and like kind of cut through some of them, that looks like they aren't necessary. It looks like it might be like a dud. And you're like, oh, I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to like play mind games of which one isn't real and which one isn't. And you're like, I don't need this one. Cut it. Immediately, your vision goes white, and this blinding heat impacts the hallway. You should make me another dexterity saving throw. As 0 for 2. 0 for 2 so far.
0 for 3.
Oh my god. Knew he's gonna fucking kill himself. Cool. go ahead and get out a bunch of d6. That is.
Well, I only have 14 health, so if the minimum is more than 14, it's not going to matter.
No, there's a chance I always roll low. There's no modifier to the plus. It's just 5d6. Cool. That is 11 hit points. 2 1s. You roll up with 4 or 3?
3.
3 hit points. Cool. Door's not unlocked. That's just the explosive gone.
Yeah.
The door's still locked. And you would assume whatever is inside, if there is someone inside, probably aware of your presence by now, for whatever, for one reason or another. It could be anything, But if you want, you can attempt to make me a thieves' tools. Pick on the actual lock itself.
Yes.
Trying to figure out how it works.
Let's do it.
Cool. This is a rather high DC as you're breaking into the Dambala's personal vault.
Okay.
This is a dexterity check, obviously, with your thieves' tool proficiency bonus. This is a DC 20, and every time you fail, it only goes up.
Gotcha.
Go ahead. 22. As you slowly begin to shift the door. It was not a simple lock by any means.
Yeah.
And it was not a lock that you would normally be able to get around with any sort of essential, like, basic thieves' tools. At least not if you were just a mundane thief. However, you are a rather experienced rogue who has been through many different trials. And although you have failed a number of times today, you succeeded in one place that was the make or break of the operation, being able to get into the place where you need to kill somebody. And as the door opens and creaks, and you begin to see the interior, you're going to go ahead and leave there and take a quick break and leave it on a cliffhanger there. We're going to go ahead and take like a 5-minute break right here. I need to go ahead and get some water.
Yeah, me too.
And when we come back, we're gonna see what's on the other side of the fucking vault.
All right, I'll be right back.
Oh. Well, guys, you might be meeting someone that's not new.
Oh. Sad.
Yeah, it's gonna be super sad.
Let me tell you this. He is living off the grace that the current die set that I'm using are the like massive oversized dice, and they normally roll like shit. And that D6 rolled 2 1s, a 2 and a 3, and I'm literally like, I'm worried.
I'm worried.
He still has to kill me.
You got
He has to kill
chonky
who?
dice?
I do have chonky dice. I had so many like normal sized dice, and there was a beautiful set for it's kind of like sparkly white and purple set, and I do really like purple. That's one of my favorite colors. And I was playing at the time a storm, kind of like a storm barbarian, and it kind of fit the theme a little bit with the colors that he wore and his kind of outfit. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna treat myself, get some chunky dice. I used to have a dice that weighed like 6 pounds, I think. Yeah, it was the. I think I told you this story.
It was tungsten.
You did, but it's just a reminder that that's out there somewhere.
It is out there somewhere. It did break a table. Uh, it it was my prized possession, but it was too much power for me. It was too much power for one man. And I needed a really good gift for one of my really good friends, and I was like, you know what? It destroyed my table. And it rolls like absolute garbage because it's so big, so I'm gonna give it away under the pretense that I got a very expensive gift for them. Which technically I did. I just didn't know it yet.
Chunky dice are expensive.
They are. The bold dice that I got, I think, was like, oh god, I got it on sale too, and it was like $95.
Jesus.
I think without half off, it was like $150
That's
around
the
there.
most I've ever spent on a set of dice. It's about $150.
Yeah, well, it's only one die. It was only one die.
Jesus Christ.
It was
That's
just
the
the
big
D20.
one, yeah.
Yeah, well, it was a full metal thing. That it was like the
Yeah, like
size of your fist.
One of those tungsten shits.
Yeah, tungsten cube. It was a tungsten cube dice.
Tungsten balls.
My favorite 9th level spell.
Yeah, dude.
I cast tungsten ball.
But are you casting that on yourself?
No, because I already got balls of steel, baby.
Damn. Fire.
Quick vote it. Don't say fire. Don't say fire. Cool. Let's get the show on the road. So, Ryan, my little rogue in not so shining armor,
Bloodied armor.
in bloodied armor, heavily bloodied armor. You open the vault door, and inside, you can't see the entire vault because it is a massive interior. This vault is probably as big as it's probably bigger than most houses you've seen. In fact, it looks like its own secondary estate that you would see essentially within it. As the staircase leads down, you just see a variety of items, display cases, like all of these extraordinarily valuable items laid out in front of you. But more importantly, you see, actually, you don't see immediately. That's important because you set off the trap. But this is the map. This is the map. You can go ahead and put yourself at the top of the stairs. I'll go ahead and put Ivar next to you. Oh yeah, by the way, show of hands from the class. who here was able to guess that it was Ivar before the reveal that he was being saved here?
Before the voice or before that?
No, before the session. Because it was pretty heavily hinted at that it was someone that you knew that was at the docks that night, and it was only you guys and Ivar that lived.
I don't pick up on shit.
Yeah, it's okay. That's okay. You know, it's one of those things as a DM where you're like, it's cool if they get it, but I'm not expecting them to because my standards are rock bottom. And that's not a sly on you. That's just a D&D.
Two big brains.
It's a D&D complexity where your brain just doesn't do brain things while playing this game. Anyway, you're at the top of the stairs. Ivar is with you. He doesn't look too hurt from the. Oh, I didn't roll his dex save for the explosion because he's standing next to you. 7. Cool. So he takes the full damage as well. 11 points. And yeah, you see the entirety of the vault. What would you like to do? You don't see the entirety of it. You see at least the entirety of this chamber. That's what I meant to say.
I mean, he's only here for one thing and one thing only. So he's going to start looking for signs of life.
Cool. Go ahead and make me. Don't need me to check. Go ahead and just move yourself to where you'd like to go.
Shoot, I don't know.
I
Are
do
we
it sl-
using
I do
like?
it slowly.
Yeah. Are
Go s-
we like doing our movement speed type thing, or
or you just
just go wherever?
move to an area, and if you'd like to investigate or make an investigation check or perception check, you let me know. And I'll let you know what you
Uh,
run into on the way.
Perception check.
On just this side of the room, this little thing over
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Maybe perception check. I'm gonna roll 25.
Mhm.
Clear. You only see items, and you see actually there's just a wall of scrolls right next to the door. And you see all of them in these elaborate cases. It's like a spellcaster's wet dream. Unfortunately,
That is
Shadow
not
Wars a
me.
money game, don't cast no spells. We punch people. But you are certain to to almost a T that there's not a living soul hiding within that area. Kind of look underneath the stairs, see if there's a space for it. No one there. Look under the table, no one there. You just start checking everything, and you don't find anyone there. Next spot, where would you like to check?
um, do I see any like lights that
Oh, you know,
might
the
be
interior
on?
is
And
lit.
it's
The
all
interior
lit
is lit.
up. There's not any dark spots.
There's like some like semi-shadowy portions of the room, but and not every single part of the map is well lit. It's just
Mhm.
the main chamber that you're in appears to be well lit.
Okay. Jeez, I don't know. We'll just stick to this
The
side of the
Ivar
room.
begins casing the other side. He's just gonna essentially mirror whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
Cool. You check this little outcropping over here. Go ahead and make me a
Mhm.
perception or investigation. Ivar's gonna do perception, and he rolled like balls. Clear. This is just long story. And actually, no. You see, he starts like walking up some of the cases and just looking inside of them. And it again, you are probably the only person on this planet that would walk into a vault like this and not be like paying attention to some of these items. Go ahead and actually make me I'll call this an Arcana check.
Okay.
Call it like a DC 13.
Oh.
6? Nope. Carry on.
I don't know magic.
I'm not a magic man. Cool. 21% check.
Yes.
Think it's clear. Over here just seems to be more like general storage. You see there's some crates that appear to have like some potions in them. You see some vials of various different colored liquids. And some barrels that you presume would have some sort of similar variety.
Can I tell if there are any healing potions?
You can go
This guy's
ahead,
hurting.
sir, and make me checking for types of potions is a very interesting check. Because health potions don't necessarily need to be magic. There are many different herbalistic methods of making potions, but also they're all mixed into a massive collection. They're not exactly labeled. Go ahead and make me. I will say you can make me an Arcana check, a Nature check. Nope. That's it. Arcana or Nature, or Medicine. I'll do a Medicine, but it's gonna be pretty high DC.
We'll just go ahead and do a medicine.
Okay. Good. Okay. There's a few red ones. You're not really a potions expert here.
Yeah.
Do you have training with any sort of herbalism or any kind of those kits?
Um.
I know you have alchemy, but I don't know.
Yeah, herbalism kit. Yeah.
Alchemy. Okay, you are. Herbalism, poisoner.
Mhm.
There are a few poisons in here that you can see. You don't know of what quality necessarily because you didn't roll that high.
Yeah.
But she has a few red ones, man. You really is DC 17. You're
Close.
unsure which might be true in terms of healing you, which might not be. I will say, you can still drink them. You just don't know what effect it might have.
No, I'm
If
not
you'd like
gonna
to
risk
try,
it.
go ahead and because there's a large variety of them. There's 3 potions that appear to be red. They're currently out because there's more in like crates and boxes and things that you would presume,
Hmm.
and barrels. But the crate that's currently open only has 3 vials that are red.
Nah,
Yeah,
he'll
there's our
just.
mixture of greens and you see
Yeah.
one is just actually like 15. You don't understand what it is, but you see this is bright orange one that's like much bigger than the others. And opposed to the other like which are like smaller vials, like some like the blood draw vials. This one's a massive like obtuse circular one. It has like uh a very thin what you call it, a very thin top that kind of leads up to the cork.
Gotcha. Since
But
he's not sure what would heal him, he wouldn't. He wouldn't take anything.
sure.
If
Just
I'd
leave him
rolled
alone.
better, then he would have. But yeah, he'll just leave
Okay.
him alone for now.
All right.
And moving along.
Next section. Gonna go ahead, make your perception check. Ivar's gonna do the same. Ivar rolled a 4. Clear. No worries over here. Fine. Everything is good in this neighborhood. 22.
22.
Cool. This appears to be definitely more of an Arcana-based chamber. You see there are vials, and there are a number of different books. And there's a large quantity of black liquid stored here. That it could be oil, it could be ink, who knows. But this looks like based off of its design. You go ahead and make me an Arcana check if you wish. If not, you
Sure.
just also I assume you're walking into these rooms as well.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, cool. I was just like you can make a perception check, but you'll only see like what's in your direct line of sight.
Gotcha. Yeah.
18. Cool.
18.
Yeah, and this definitely looks like this is where you would make spell scrolls.
Oh.
It appears to be like some sort of magically enchanted ink, or you at least presume to because there are half-finished scrolls all about, and there's a variety of different implements used in the arcane. You see these different arcane focuses, and there is a number in this specific room because you didn't see it before, but what you saw Ivar pick up, there's a bunch of clockwork in here. And more specifically, there's a bunch of similar looking watches to what he picked up. There's about 5 of them that you can currently see. 2 of them look like they're still like opened up and they're not, it doesn't look like they're fully finished. 3 of them look identical to what Ivar picked up.
Go grab those 3.
Okay, you grab the 3. With 18 Arcana, even with that high, you're unsure of what they do.
Yeah.
But you definitely get some sense that they are either used in some sort of arcane practicing and or they're some sort of enchanted magic item.
Okay.
Cool. Go ahead and just mark down that you picked up 3 pocket watches.
Okay.
I'll tell you the actual name later if you get it identified. But nevertheless, you continue the search.
Yep.
Where'd you like to go next?
Down to the next room.
Cool. And Ivar goes down here. Go ahead and give me perception checks. 14. Okay. I need to go ahead. Cool. Nice. Ivor rolls a 12. Clear. Your boy has not rolled great. Then again, he also has a plus. He has a plus 7 to perception, right?
Yeah.
He's just not rolled above a 10 this
I
entire
know how
time.
I feel.
It's been like natural 2, natural 4, like natural 5. This the dice giveth and the dice taketh. Cool. As you walk into this room, you go ahead and make your way downtown, walking fast. It looks like it's a extension of the room prior, except this one seems to be more of the literary variety. You see, there's a bunch of notes written down on the table. With 24, excuse me, with a 14 perception, you can take some time to read them to gain more information, but you don't, nothing like pops off the page when you're looking at them. It appears to be just like a bunch of historical books on the side of the wall as well. No titles that immediately pop out because you're not from this realm.
Yeah.
But you want some history, you get in there. Unfortunately for you, you rolled really shitty.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a very high DC that you had. Well, it's not very high for you, because you have an insane modifier. DC you're looking beat. It was an 18. So here's what happens. You begin to walk around, and you kind of get distracted by one of the scrolls, and you lean down to go ahead and like look at it and inspect it further. I want, ma'am, if you're an agent of chaos, roll me a d4. A 1, 2, something bad happens, and 3 out of 4, something semi not bad happens. Cool. You were about to get shanked. You better thank Ryan with your life. Instead, James, who is hiding underneath the table, goes into a full sprint. Action and movement dash. That is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. You watch as this man who's been hiding under the table, after he heard you set off the explosive charge on the door, was like completely unseen for the moment. He rolled an 18 on his stealth check. It was actually really good.
Wow.
Hiding underneath the table, goes into a full book, and because he's not directly in your range of attack of opportunity, he just sails outward. I need you to go ahead and roll initiative. Your boy is you're gonna go and fucking Ivar's on the opposite side of the room. So
Yeah.
we'll see. Although he does have, if you remember, he does a 30-foot jump, so he can catch it pretty quick. Initiative. James is gonna go ahead and roll. Ooh, James rolled good.
Good, because
James
I
rolled
didn't,
good.
as usual.
Oh, James is a natural 16 plus 3. Oh my god, you got a natural 1 again?
Yes.
Brother, get some. Your initiative hates you. Ooh, Ivar rolled a 3. 3 plus 2 for 5. Wow. That's not great. So in initiative, he doesn't even say anything to you. There's no witty remark, nothing. You just hear heavy breathing. You go to look on a table, and he is gone, running out the door, full sprint. And you see, actually, you know what? Kipley,
Yeah.
go ahead. Let me see. 1, 2. Go ahead and roll me a d4. Or just pick a number 1 for 4 if you have one on top of your head.
Sweet.
3. Cool. Cool. That's 1, 2, 3. Ash.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and roll me and/or choose between a number 1 through 10.
6. 2 3s.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god. Fun one. You watch He watches James running by one of the display cases, flips it up, and reaches inside and pulls out this beautiful, gleaming rapier that has this encrusted, like it is a steel blade, but you see the hilt and the actual handle itself is coated in this strange kind of blue gemstone-like dust that runs up the length of the blade. And in the center of it has these two large, kind of like longer in length than actual width, and width is very small. These two lengthy runes in the middle of it. Picks it up, throws it, and as a bonus action, gonna go ahead and use a dancing rapier. Let's see. He's not gonna get within range of any of you. He's not gonna try and get in a melee of fight. He's just throwing it behind him, hopefully as a distraction. Has a range of I think 30 feet when you throw it out. A bonus action to fly up to 30 feet. Or to another spot within 30 feet of you, and it can make a weapon attack. Cool. You were the one that he last saw. You're out of range, so he's just gonna throw it 30 feet. He's gonna put it right here. You don't see it, but you just hear ching as like glass hits the wall behind it. And then this strange vroom, 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 vroom. We're gonna use we're gonna use Damien as a
Nice.
placeholder for that. And then he's just gonna go ahead and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 begin running his way towards the exit. That brings us to you, my friend, New. So you saw your query run to fucking high heaven. Out this table, out of this room, and making his way for the door.
Okay. I will action dash. And then
So use your 30 feet of movement. Which
40.
way would you like to go out? 40 feet. Which way would you like to go out?
he would follow the same route he went to chase after him.
So we're gonna try to find the optimal route here for you. Burp, burp, burp. That's
Right in that
40.
doorway.
And then for a dash, that can get you right up on him.
Yep. Get right
Well,
up on him.
also, remember how I think you're far enough along in Rogue that you get your bonus action dash, right? Yeah, you have cunning action dash.
Yeah,
if you want.
cunning action. Yeah.
If you want a bonus action dash
Oh,
instead of
yeah, I
using
could
your
do that.
action, then you can get
I
up to him and you
forget that.
still have your full action. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
We'll do that.
Yeah, you still have your full action.
Mm-hmm.
It is only the one attack, but you can, if you like, you can make a katana attack if you wish.
Yep. He's gonna pull out his katana
Go for it.
and say, "It's about time we find you," and he'll take a swing.
Make me an attack roll. James, I have a very high AC. 24 definitely is. It's almost 10 over his AC. Go ahead and roll damage.
Ignore the
It
sneak
is-
attack. I think it.
Yeah,
rolled
it is
on-
not sneak attack,
Yeah,
unfortunately, because you don't have
it
advantage in this.
rolled it automatically for some reason.
Was just 11 points of piercing damage.
Yeah.
Nice. James, looking a little hurt. If you remember these guys from when you fought them, from when you fought them by the docks, they are not that hardy. And well, James has been given better armor. It's yeah. Can you see the health bar?
Yeah.
That's how much damage you did from the initial attack. Oh, excuse me. Wait. That's how much damage you
There
did
you go.
from the first
Okay.
attack. Excuse me, we forgot the 1 point. Yeah, he's already looking a little hurt. That's your action, bonus action.
Action, bonus, and movement.
You still have more movement if you want to get in front of him instead of right here.
Yeah. Maneuver around to front of him.
Sure, you go to the front.
Yep.
Cool. bonus, or Ivar's turn. Ivar's gonna go ahead and bonus action, do, if I got what is it? What is it called in your sheet? Destructive leap. So he goes 30 feet, and floor kind of cracks as he does. And then he's going to 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he kind of got the short end of the stick here. As he has to use his whole action to dash. He will flank with you though. You see, he pulls out the gloves and goes, James, why did you have to go making a deal with these Dumbalas? Now you're going to have to die a much painful death. And you were if you just decided to come with me, or at least went out like a man at the docks. And that's his turn. Is James's turn? James is if he moves, has a extraordinarily high chance of dying. Bonus action, he's gonna have the dancing rapier come and attack Ivar. That is a 9 plus 5, 14 misses. As it you see this beautiful elaborate blade used in the hands of someone who is not very good with weaponry, just flings about as he tries to command it but doesn't really work. As his action, we're gonna have a little fun game here. We're gonna go around the table, and I'm gonna have everyone choose a variable, and you're gonna figure out for what very quickly. Kipley, odds or evens? Odds. Mammoth, above 50 or below?
Oh, I like this game. Below.
Below?
Yeah.
Under 50? Odds beneath 50. Cool. Ash. We're gonna hold on to you.
Hey, mama.
Yeah, we're gonna hold on to you. Actually, you know what? Would you like to be the one that rolls this, or do you want me to roll this? And you can roll the second part of if this succeeds.
I get it over with now. What do I want to roll? D100?
Yeah, you're gonna roll D100. So here's what's gonna happen. In high stress scenarios, and in the face of certain peril, commoners do have the chance to awaken. You won't get to choose what class he awakens into if he succeeds, and his gear doesn't change. He doesn't magically get any of their equipment. He's just the dude he's gonna be. But he does get a chance. I'm gonna at least give him that much. You are looking, if you wish to, if we wish as a group to try and put our energies towards something, you want an odd number beneath 50 if you're going to try and awaken him. So you need any odd number beneath 50, anything above that, and any even number, and he is most likely a dead man.
61.
James is fucked. You watch as he, in this moment, you watch as this kind of orange glow begins to form around him. His heart rate quickens. You watch as his breathing is heavy, sweat is dripping down his face. And James is gonna go ahead. If he runs, you've both shown that you can move over 60 feet in a turn and still attack. And he's gonna go ahead and just simply try and take out the one who already looks like he's on death's door of 7 hit points. He's gonna summon the rapier to him. He's gonna make a rapier attack towards you, New. That is going to be... he's not proficient with this. This is literally just his dex. What is your AC?
17.
Well, it doesn't matter, because that is a 6. A natural 6 plus 3, that is a whopping 9. As he jams it out towards you, the blade parried by the katana, and you look into this man's eyes, and you see pure and utter fear of a man who looks like he you've killed a lot of people, and there's always different reactions to each death. Some people embrace it, some people fight to the very end, some people shit themselves, some people kind of die with spite. You see James as he quickly realizes that he's flanked, that both of you are trying to kill him, and that he has nowhere else to really go. That he, with all of his action economy expended, only having movement speed left, you see just depravity in his eyes. As it ends his turn, it brings us to you.
Let's hope I can hit him. Gonna take a swing.
You got advantage on the strike.
Oh, that's right.
Avatar.
13 to hit.
Oh my god.
I know, even with advantage.
He has an AC of, I shit you not, 14. You go to stab him, and although he did not awaken, you see the glow and you're kind of thrown off, and you go to stab, but you're kind of like abrasive about like openly attacking him because now you're confused of what he might be able to do, and the rapier was just floating, and then ting, unknowingly he parries it, not meaning to parry it, and you're just kind of taken aback. You do still have your bonus action.
Yes. That bonus action punch him. The
Bonus action
unarmored
punch
strike.
with advantage. 19 certainly hits. Wallop and James for a total of 7 points. James is bloodied. It's funny, the dramatic battle at the end
Yeah.
is not exactly dramatic.
I
it's a
swing
lot
and
together.
miss and then punch him with my
And then you're like,
offhand.
wait a minute, he's just a dude.
Yeah.
Walk
punch
him in the jaw,
nose.
and you just hear bone being punched out of its socket and being chipped, as a multitude of teeth are probably broken, and some probably knocked out of place.
He'll say, New will say, "You didn't expect us to take this easy on you like this, did you? Gonna
And he
make
goes,
it as painful as we can."
Wait, listen, right? They told me to come here, right? They were gonna kill me. You were gonna kill me. I was stuck being in a rock and a hard place. All right, I have a family. Please, do not kill me. I have to take care of my family. If I die, what will happen to them? That's the end of his turn. It's the end of your turn, excuse me.
Yeah.
It is Ivar's turn. Ivar spins James around to face him, so now his back is towards you, and he goes, "Then why did you make a deal if you value your life so much? To try and spill on the heralds? James, you know I don't care about the shitty organization or what they do. But I care about my men having the integrity to keep their mouths shut. Or if you're going to make a deal, be sly enough for us not to find out about it. I didn't want to have to do this to you, James. You're one of the only people of my crew that I knew their name. I don't care to learn a lot of people's names. I see a lot of people die, James. And because of your own decisions, unfortunately, you are going to be added to that list." He's going to take the spike glove. He's going to make 2 attacks. Both with advantage. It's a natural 20. Go ahead and pop this in here. I'm just going to roll 1 die and double it because I'm lazy. 30, 6. Bailiff whack is PP. A 6 plus 4 for 10. Okay. James is still alive.
Oh my gosh.
2 hit points. Second attack. It's a natural 3. Oh my god. Oh my god. And a 12. He's alive. He punches him and he digs the gauntlet into his chest, and you just watch his blood pours out, spewing over the gauntlets. He pulls out and goes for a second one, and you watch as the rapier moves without James like even needing to touch it, and parries the blow, kind of stabbing into Ivar just enough not to deal damage, but to make him kind of pull his hand back and shake it a little bit, trying to reposition for another blow. Back to James's turn. Kipley, above 50 or below.
I don't like this game anymore.
Above 50 or below?
Hello.
Under 50. Mammoth, odds or evens?
Odds.
Odds. The same one as last
it's the
time,
same.
Ash. Go ahead and roll me a D100.
It would be my pleasure. He's cooked. 83.
He's cooked. Oh, if it was the opposite, nah, not even. You watch once again. The body is not willing, and the mind is broken as he quickly begins to come to terms. And he looks at you, New, and goes, "Whatever you're offering, I can't double it. I can't. Please don't kill me. I beg you. I have a wife. I have a daughter. I'm a bad man. I did bad things, but I didn't harm anybody in the process. All right? Please. I beg you, please." He is essentially trying to use his action to persuade. It's not going to have any definite do's or don'ts.
Mhm.
This is be how it impacts your morality, which you're an assassin. James, according to just the stat block that I use for the heralds, has a +0 to charisma. So it is literally whatever is rolled. You know what? We'll do this on roll 20 so everyone can see as James dies in peace. 19. Okay.
Oh, that's a good roll,
You're,
though.
you're feeling a little remorse. You feel that you see what Ivar was just saying of like, he's a bad person, but he's self-aware, and if he was a little bit smarter, he probably could have lived if he didn't get caught selling his organization out. And you're like, it's a shame. Anyway.
So sad. Anyway.
He is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to attempt to run. You both get attacks of opportunity. Make Ivar's. It's not at advantage because you trigger it once he is out of range.
Gotcha. Once he passes past. Yeah, I gotcha.
Straight roll.
18.
18. Oh my god. I like how the music just became so fitting for this. He rushes past you. How would you like to do this? As he runs towards the stairwell, he makes it up onto the stairs and makes it a good 4.5 feet before he steps out of your range. You have the katana in hand.
He
Go to strike.
New will actually wait to kind of give him false hope, thinking
Oh.
that I'm getting out of this.
Oh.
And then he will, Blessing of the Raven Queen, teleport directly in front of him and swing with the katana, trying to cut off his head.
He 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 makes it to the top of the stairs. because he's facing away from you, you don't get to see the slight bit of hope in his eyes as he sees his exit not but 60 feet away. Goes into a run. Woof, woof. Winding up the attack as you cast Blessing of the Raven Queen. Not even before your feet touch the ground, his head drops. And with two thunks, you land kind of skirting across the floor, carrying the momentum, and his head tumbles to the ground, dead. The dancing rapier immediately ting falls onto the floor. We exit initiative. You are successful in your endeavor.
Oh,
And you successfully
barely.
decapitated his head as well. Do you take the head with you to try and take it on your person, or are you going to try and destroy it?
Um,
Ivar walks up with you next to the body.
he'll take the head with him, but he'll also kind of look around the room to see if he can find like a different bag to put it in.
You're trying to look for a replacement bag?
Yeah.
Sure. How much time do you want to spend? Are you just
Not
doing like
much.
a quick once over, or?
Yeah.
Okay, go
Just
ahead
real
and
quick.
roll me a perception check.
Happens to be a bag of holding. Fantastic. If not,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what we're looking for. It's gonna be a pretty high DC to find a bag of holding just lying around, but we'll see. Oh my god! Fuck you, Brian, you piece of shit. You take one look around the room. Bag of holdings are just uncommon items. They don't need it behind. They don't need them behind a display case. You waltz on down. You take one of these bags. You shove it in, and you walk out. And you can go ahead and add a bag of holding to your inventory, you motherfucker.
Nice.
Are you trying to stay and look around for any other items, or are you just going after the bag of holding?
No, he'll just go for that. He's over this place. He wants out of here.
Cool. You begin making your way up. You get down the 60-foot length of hallway. You see there's the dark room to the right hallway that leads out that you know has an exit there.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can try and backtrack through the estate and hope that you don't run into any dragons.
He would probably just try to go just the best way out.
Okay, you're gonna try and go for the interior?
Yeah.
Fastest way out is directly to the tunnel to the right. You begin heading down. And as you step out into the cool evening moonlit air, it's about, because this has taken so long, it's about midnight by the time you actually leave. And you went in around 10. Due to all the different stealthing and you investigating the actual manor itself, you spent a little bit of time here. And on the actual approach to the manor itself as well.
Yeah.
So you left and it was about 10:30 when you started approaching it. So as you finally exit, just let out a deep sigh, a nice little gasp, a little refresher of cold air kind of hits you. You feel the breeze kind of blow back your hair and armor a little bit. You see Ivar kind of looking up at the moon, kind of taking it in as well. And as you go to leave, 'cause there's a staircase leading downwards, further departing the mountainside. You kind of look up, following Ivar's gaze towards the moon, kind of closing your eyes for a second, searching out into the night sky, and as the wind blows past you and you get that slight chill, you feel relieved that this long night is over. And as you open them, you see there's a figure floating. Roughly about 30 feet in front of you. Gray hair, these piercing eyes that even in the kind of darker evening, you just see this almost bluish kind of brown hint pierce through the night. Well cut beard, wearing these beautiful golden cloak, excuse me, with this white furred collar kind of coming around it. And you see he has his neck craned down as he's looking towards you. And you both, Ivar and you, are looking up at this individual in kind of a staring contest. Who moves first? Kind of unsure. What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah, what would you like to do?
Um,
This figure just kind of watching you from above, slowly beginning to descend.
he he doesn't really know what to do. He'll just kind of start walking forward
Walking forward towards the stairs or towards the figure?
towards the stairs, just
Try and leave.
trying to leave. Yeah.
Do it mean to me,
Do
sir.
just out for a night stroll.
Well, go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I don't like this. Where's my? There it is.
Should be +3.
5.
Just fail. You were underneath the effects of hold person. As you walk 5 feet towards the stairs, as soon as you turn your back, you just lock up. Completely paralyzed in your movement, unable to turn or move a single inch. And you watch as the figure strolls around to the front of you. And you see him up close. Not a figure that you recognize. And unfortunately, you don't really know all of the Dambalas. You only know the ones that make the public news, and they're kind of like in the mainstream, and ones that you can have heard about since you've gotten here from like tales of their deeds from dwellers and things like that. So it's rather unfortunate that you don't recognize the head of their household as he steps up face to face with you. And he stands, correct me if I'm wrong, New's actually pretty tall, right? I think you're like 6'2"?
Yeah. Yeah. 6'1", I think.
6'1". As you see this man, he's roughly about the same height, if not ever so slightly taller, like somewhere like 6'3", 6'2", ish. So you're basically at eye level. And you watch as he steps right up to you, like a few inches away, and just kind of whispers. It begins to whisper to you, and you can't look to see, but you either assume that Ivar is in the same position as you, or is frozen in fear, or just not acting. All of which could be true at the same time. And you see as he walks up to you and goes, "Oh, I would wish for you to tell me what is your name?" You, a thief in my household, is very uncommon. One who kills in my household, that is even more so. So if you'd be so kind, spare me a few minutes of your time. What is your name? He drops the hold person on you so you can speak.
What makes you think I killed somebody?
Doesn't respond. Also doesn't flinch. You see no change in facial expression.
He's just looking right back at him.
I am assuming that you are new to this island. When your elder asks you a question, you answer it. Go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw once more, please.
Dumb. Jeez.
You are under the effects of dominate person. He makes you, 'cause I believe you have a dagger on your person, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Makes you pull out a dagger, spin it, and stab yourself in the chest. Go ahead and just roll me a d4 for damage.
Oof.
1 point damage. Stabs you, makes you stab yourself in the chest. Or 1 plus, what is your dexterity modifier? +4. So 5 points of damage. Stabs yourself in the chest. And you see blood begins to rush out. The spell drops. And he sits there waiting patiently.
My name is New Baron.
I don't think I like that tone. Present yourself properly. And I do believe it is common for the simple folk to kneel when you are in the presence of divinity.
He'll kneel. And he'll say it again. New Baron.
Let me clarify what position you are in. He grabs your throat. That is a what is that on the die? I'm gonna reroll that die because I can't read what one that is. I apologize. 15, cool. So it's a 15 plus 14, so it's a 29.
Mhm.
He casts inflict wounds at 3rd level. You drop dead. He 6 seconds later casts revivify, brings you back at 1 hit point. And holding your throat and picking you up, goes. Now, I think that might clarify a little bit about whose doorstep you just entered and killed a man who is underneath my protection. So I'm going to ask you again, what is your name? And he drops you prone on the ground.
Still on his knees. He'll say, I haven't lied to you. My name is New Baron. I mean no disrespect.
Grabs your shoulder. Go ahead and make me wisdom saving throw. 9. Cool.
9.
Take 27 points of psychic damage. You die. 6 seconds later, Revivify brings you back. You're going to go ahead and take a level of exhaustion as well, because you have just died consecutively, back to back,
Oh.
and also been brought back to the dead, back to back, which is a new experience for you. And we're going to get to that in 2 seconds. He pushes your face into the stone, and pushes with such force that you feel your neck is threatening to snap. When you are speaking to an elder, you present your full name properly, and you do so with great respect. I'm going to give you another chance, because I am a rather gracious man. What is your name?
He's trying to catch his breath.
You feel your heartbeat is fluctuating. Not just adrenaline, but you can feel it waning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, physically, magic brings you back to a certain capacity, but you feel for the spell effects that he's just done repeatedly over and over again, because it's happening in such quick succession, is physically causing your body to tear.
Ugh.
You kind of feel like you feel the residual effects of that beginning to kick in as it beginning to slow down, even though you have the adrenaline pumping in your system.
My name is New Baron Uso from Shadowfell.
Was that so hard? New Baron also from the Shadowfell. Lifts you up and places you on your feet. And tell me, New Baron also. And he gets real close. Tell me. You enter upon my doorstep, you kill somebody within my sanctuary. And you have the balls to lie to me. Why would you do such a thing?
You you asked me what my name was. I told you my name.
Oh, you are not learning your lessons, Nuberanoso. Let me remind you of what the first rule of conversation with me is. When I ask you a question, casts inflict wounds once more.
Jesus.
That is a 27. You die. 6 seconds later. Revivify. The amount of breath you take in this time isn't as much as before, and you can feel your chest. Like, your body isn't feeling adrenaline anymore. You just feel the exhaustion beginning to seep in, and your heart rate pounds, but you don't feel the blood flowing as quickly. You can feel it kind of waning, an intense burning sensation coming from your chest. You are saying
What is it that you want exactly?
Oh, no, 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 no. You don't get to ask questions here. I asked you one. I suggest you answer.
I don't have an answer for you.
Oh,
I just gave my name.
I asked what you were doing here and why you lied to me. You must be hard of hearing. Let me help you with that. Grabs one of your ears. is a 8 plus 14 as a 22. Tell me in the past, what is the greatest extent of physical damage that New has ever taken in
It
all of
would have,
your years of doing your line of work?
yeah, it would have been when he was running from the Red Eclipse, and they had gone up
Mhm.
to him and did their thing to him, just beating him within an inch of his life and tossing him into the harbor.
So essentially, the greatest pain that you have experienced has been multiple different. Extended Eclipse, well, they do have spellcasters within it. Uh, the main utility that they use if they are going to try and send a message would be smaller, more torture-like instruments that take longer to kill to show that you are not a threat, that they can take their time in doing so.
Yeah.
So it's extremely painful. However, the body parts that they hit were mainly close to your vitals, and they weren't meant to tear, or they weren't meant to like rip anything off of you. It was all meant to essentially leave you to bleed out and die
Mhm.
in the most efficient way possible. This is probably the second worst, if not competing for the worst pain you've ever felt, as he takes your right ear and rips it from your face.
Oh.
The amount of blood that comes rushing out is not equivalent to the pain. Your eardrum completely separates and is ruptured, and you just hear this tinnitus like ringing amplified coming from your right ear as it just pulsing with blood and throbbing pain, and you grasp it and scream out. However, you do not die or go unconscious
Mhm.
because at the same time he's going to go ahead and heal you for that is it's only healing word. Ooh, good rolls. 2, 4. Nice. So you get healed for 22 points of healing. As the ear is torn off. So the worst part is not going unconscious. If you went
Yeah.
unconscious, you would be at least mentally relaxed from the pain for a moment, but you feel the stress and the overbearing amount of like your body only has so much fortitude,
Yeah.
and the fact that you've died twice and now just have the amount of blood loss that you are, and also being ripped an appendage from your own head, an experience that you've never felt before. The deafness is just past the point of unsettling, and you feel yourself, even though you are conscious and with hit points, you feel yourself beginning to slip into unconsciousness. But he grabs you once more and pulls you close and goes, "Normally, when I find Trasip on my doorstep, I just deal with it in a quick manner. But my dearest boy did something very stupid, not but a few hours earlier, and I am feeling, how do you put it, slightly pent up about it. I don't like to get worked up about feelings, but I am still human, I guess." And he's going to go ahead and just take your head and shove it into the ground. You are going to go ahead and just take this back roll. I'm just seeing if he gets a natural one. Ooh, it's natural 4. Still an 18, which I believe hits.
Yes. Yeah. My AC 17.
Oh, brutal. 31 points of necrotic damage. You drop unconscious.
Oh, I am resistant to necrotic. Oh.
Resistant necrotic?
Yeah.
That's not important. You don't drop unconscious. The pulse goes for your body, but you actually maintain consciousness. And you see he looks at you. It was only a low level spell cast. And he goes, "Oh, you are going to be a great tool for my relief. I thank you for your endeavors, my friend." And he's gonna go ahead and now physically bash your face into the wall. Go ahead and make me if you want to attempt to go ahead and make an acrobatics check to break from the grapple, you absolutely can.
Okay. Yeah, we'll try that.
Is gonna go ahead and be
Not good.
yeah, no, bud. You are looking to beat a 25. He's gonna go ahead and make a this should be a physical attack roll as he shoves you against the ground. It's a natural 17. That definitely hits. That's a 9. Definitely hits. This is going to be unarmed damage. Cool. You take 21. I understand it's 21. You take 19 points of bludgeoning damage as you, like, literally grabbing your head and just repeatedly slamming it into the smoothed out stone floor of this landing. And now that he actually does spin you around to do this, you can see Ivar, who is standing literally not but 5 feet from you.
Mhm.
Isn't whole person. He's not paralyzed. He's just standing there watching.
Just
Apparently, he's not paying Ivar any mind. As you go unconscious and the lights go out.
Yep.
On the third time of you going unconscious, not dead. You're not dead yet. But you are unconscious. The pain is still like you still feel the dull as your mind begins to slip away, and you go back and escape. You're mentally trying to do the only thing that you can to keep yourself like sane in this moment, and that is to try and retreat within inside of yourself. And your eyes are already closed, but you try and through the pain enter the only place in which you would feel not safe, but departed from here. Go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw. So you're going to try and bring up any imagery of the Shadowfell you can. 8. Cool.
God.
Go ahead and mark down, not on your sheet, but in your notes, 1
Uh-huh.
point of sanity lost.
Okay.
As 2 of you have a point of sanity lost. Woo. I'm gonna go ahead. You're unconscious. It's auto crits. You die for the third time.
Huh.
Upon the third death, you do get a brief respite. As you are in this state of like being brought back, killed, being brought back, killed, being brought killed, you have a moment where your mind slips away. You don't hear the voice of Deshad, but you hear another voice creep into your mind. As almost it feels like the pain ceases, and you aren't in a vision where you see anything, but you're just in complete pitch black. Almost like you've just been thrown into the Twilight Zone, mentally conscious, but as you try and look around physically, there's nothing there. And you hear a voice. My beloved. New Buren Oso. What a life you have lived to come to such consequenceless deaths. Natural order is upset, and quite honestly disturbed by such a figure abusing said power when there is no record of your death yet being put in place. This will continue. You are powerless. And I am far away. Deshard's bond cannot aid you in this endeavor. But yet, another might aid you. I sense something on your person. Something you took. A powerful being lies dormant within. I could connect you with them. Ask for salvation. My power is too waned. The gates keep me away. Would you like me to try and do so?
Yeah.
you cut out a little bit, but I think that was a yes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like
it was a
low...
mustard yes.
Yeah.
I heard that and then
Okay.
yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I kind of scooted back from the mic a little bit when I did.
No, if it news fading out for sure. As you agree, you feel you haven't made a official contract with this being yet. Not out of your not out of the lack of like you having an inclination to do so or a desire to do so, just the fact that she doesn't make deals. She doesn't make contracts like the ones that many warlocks or others would seek. She only responds and or makes proper connections with those who would be her champions. And you have had the strong evident feeling that you are nowhere near what would be required in order to offer yourself to that position. She has not offered it to you. But in this moment, you feel a tingle go through your chest. This rapid sensation of almost static-like energy running through it, pulsing, and it hits you in the heart, and you feel... Hello, dear. What's your name? As you hear another voice enter your head.
My name is New Baron Uso.
Oh, exotic. I just got a knock on my door from an old friend. Someone I haven't talked to in millennia. And I assume she's asking me for a favor and helping you. Perhaps you want to get out of a really bad situation.
You could say that.
Normally I just charge favors, but for you, dear, you are in the midst of it. We're gonna have to make a full deal if you want out.
What is it that you ask?
Oh, nothing too much, dear. Your servitude? You, as a person. Or I can take your soul and get it later. Depends if you want the rush order or not. You can keep your free will and all that, but you'll do my bidding. I think you have exemplary talents for what I require on this plane. What if you're still alive by the end of this conversation? That it is. I think he's on round 4. Let's check. And almost like a screen popping up in front of you, you just see this a vision, so, kind of like similar to scrying. Essentially, you haven't experienced scrying, but for a player perspective, kind of like a scrying vision appear in front of you, and you see your body is just being repeatedly pounded into the ground. Your ear is still profusely bleeding. Your face is kind of like a mush at this point, where the nose is just kind of so far smushed and bent, it no longer looks like a nose. Um, and you just see he just keeps snapping and healing your body and breaking and snapping and repeating this process. You don't feel the pain, but you
Yeah.
know when you go back, you were already in so much that you just took in so much pain that you took a point of sanity loss. You don't know that mechanically in character, but you know it will be so much worse when you do go back. I think that seems fair for helping a dead man on his bed. Deathbed, that would be. In case you were confused about taking a nice nap, which you don't really have a lot of time to do at this moment.
I accept your deal.
Oh. Keyword in the future, darling. When you say that, clarify, because I gave you two, and I'm going to choose which one. Because you didn't specify yourself. You're mine. Right now. None of that waiting for soul bullshit. Welcome to the care of the monarch of mischief, Nuberinoso. I think we're gonna have fun together. But first, let me save you from your terrible position. Where would you like to be right now? Actually, no. Scratch that. I know where you'll be, that you'll be just nice, safe, and dandy. With friends! This is gonna be fun. You snap back to consciousness. The face of Jordan, excuse me, Jordan. It's like Jordan, Jared, without even knowing, created the entire lineage for all of his namesakes characters. Jordan, kind of right in your face, grabbing you after bringing you back. Your ear is still missing. You have this, like, you can't see properly. Like, your eyes are slits right now. And you watch as the hand comes down, reaching for your throat. You disintegrate. Dust. Scattering on the wind. You've never been in a gaseous-like state before, nor have you been... I mean, you've never been dead before today as well, so it kind of... You're getting a lot of new experiences.
I was about to say.
You can also go ahead and take another point of exhaustion. As we're at 2 now. As you feel yourself being carried. Welcome to the club. We're all family to the club. You get kind of dragged up into the air, and the last bit of facial expression that you see on Jordan is nothing but kind of confusion as you are whisked away. Mustang.
The
You're
other
sitting.
gaseous fellow, yes.
As you're sitting in my gaseous fellow, as you're sitting in the library of the in the upstairs of the guild hall, you are in the midst. It's roughly about 12, like 12 at this point. 12:15. We'll call it 15 minutes of torture.
I'm up.
About 12:15, and you are still up because you don't need to sleep.
Yeah.
As you're kind of just rocking back and forth in one of the chairs, thinking about what a real shit day is, you feel something in your chest that you actually haven't really felt in a long time. You feel the need to cough. You feel like something's welling up inside of you, and it's kind of obscuring a need to breathe that is non-existent. But you get the tickle in your chest of like something violently needs to come up.
Okay. He's sitting there and he's like, why am I what?
And you fully make the most disgusting sound you have ever made as a dust cloud the size of a person rockets out of your mouth and slams into one of the desks nearby as new apparates, bloodied, beaten, and bleeding out, slamming onto the table in front of you, going from a dust-like form into human solidity in a matter of seconds. As he rapidly impacts against the table, knocking over chairs, and just sliding to a halt. Currently unconscious.
Oh, okay. Mustang, he gets up with the start. Where's Mammoth? That's a good question. Where is he?
Mammoth would currently be asleep, about 10-ish feet from you.
Okay, I won't wake him up just yet.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Mammoth, what's your what's your passive perception?
18.
18.
Oh yeah.
You get a start in the night as you're kind of like in the midst of, you know, like when you're just on the brink of having a really good dream, and like you know it's about to, like it's about to get good. You get woken up on the precipice of what was about to be a gnarly plan of chaos, and just this excited feeling building up in your chest, and you come awake in a start as a tumbling sound occurs not but 10 feet from you. Your chairs and tables just being thrown awry, and you look kind of in the darkened interior, and there's no lights. Do you have things of dark vision? I think you
No.
do. No, you don't.
No.
I think I do. Let me look.
You do. I would presume the ghost does.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I don't know why I forgot. I got dark vision.
Actually, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
I'm
you
looking
do.
at
You
it
do.
right
You
now.
do. You do. You do. You do. It doesn't show up in your additional senses. I need to add that in. I'll do it right now. Look at that. Boom, boom. There you
Yeah,
go. Now
Mammoth has
you've got-
wanted dark
You've
vision
been
goggles
gifted
since
dark
like the
vision.
mermaid caves.
Well, you know, technically, I think you're one of the richest people in the party, so maybe you go shopping.
Yeah.
And they aren't attunements, so that's actually really nice too. But anyway, you kind of light up because I think you have some form of light, do you not? You produce flame. You kind of summon some flame in your hand to kind of light up a nearby area, and you can see the familiar figure, unfamiliar to you, excuse me, but as the flame kind of lights up their features in the now lit interior Mustang, you can see the familiar figure of New, heavily beaten, bruised, and looks like he is not on the verge of death. Looks like someone who has experienced death, lying before you, unconscious. New, you are at 1 hit point. What should I do?
He's unconscious.
Unconscious.
Okay. Mustang is gonna walk over to him and kind of carelessly squat down, and he's gonna grab him by the collar and kind of hoist him up a little bit and slap him across the face.
Or you
Try and wake him up.
Cool. You slap him across the face.
Yep.
How hard you hit him?
Hard. As hard as he
Whoa.
fucking can.
Roll me
He
an
had a bad
attack.
day.
Roll me an attack roll with advantage.
All right. Okay. Let's see. I guess it's an unarmed strike, so let me see what that would be.
It's +4.
Damn.
It's a 18.
You do 1 point of damage, and New is fully unconscious. You watch as he was like coming to muster as you're picking up. It's like the eyes are so swelled you can't even tell if they're open. But like the head was slightly beginning to turn, and you, and he fully goes limp in your grasp.
And then now he will cast Cure Wounds.
A little bit of tough love.
And he will be healed for 10
Ooh.
points. And
Okay. You come back to
As-
consciousness.
As he comes back, he's going to drop him,
Take
but
1
then
point
he's
damage.
also
Mm-hmm.
going to put his foot on his chest, kind of up by his neck. Be like, that's what you get for making me cough you up. And what the fuck are you doing here? And how did you do that?
Whoa.
It's the sound of the Moniker Mischief leaving Discord.
I
Toodles.
don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where I'm at. I don't know who you are.
Also, new. You only heard half that.
Oh, okay. What did I hear?
Your ear's still missing. You heard like who, and honestly, that's about it. Like you heard, excuse me, you heard what, and that's about it. As yeah, you're almost completely deaf, even though you still have one ear working.
Yeah.
The amount of throbbing and the amount of trauma to your ear that's causing the ringing in it right now, you can't hear shit. Being a goal is yeah.
It is canon.
It's canonized upon this night and eve.
Okay, so what does New say?
I just hear what is pretty much all I hear.
Yeah.
Or who?
He doesn't say anything.
Oh man, you really chose a bad day to come in here and say nothing. Mustang, he is going to kind of twist his heel so his spur starts digging into New's collarbone.
Sure. Mustang, go ahead and make me a perception check.
I'm gonna use my inspiration because it's getting late.
You rolled a natural one?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, that would be so great if you didn't pass that.
You know what? We'll leave it be. There are worse things we could fail.
No,
Natural one.
no. You can go. Okay. Cool. You
Leave it.
want to keep the natural one?
Yeah, you know, Mustang's kind of in his own world right now. He's had a really shitty past couple of days, and he's also
Buddy.
kind of fucking crazy.
So you don't notice his ears missing. And this guy's just being an asshole and not responding to you.
With his eyes swollen shut.
You do see he is physically beaten. Even natural one, you can see as you turn his face over and hold it like near yours, his face is smashed. His nose is at a point where he can barely breathe. It doesn't even look like a face. Is so destroyed. Like this looks like a dead man. Like this looks like you were interrogating a dead man. You know cure wounds worked, and like you saw him take a breath, but it's so raggedy. Like you know the really sad like death rattle you hear when people are like.
Yes,
"Ooh."
it's quite a haunting sound.
He's very much in death rattle territory.
Mustang, he lifts his boot to kind of get a better look at New and his conditions, and he's just God's a fucking live, and he'll get down on his knees and he's gonna flip New into a recovery position on his side.
Yeah, it doesn't help much. Which side do you face him on? Do you put him on the left or right ear?
Let's flip a coin.
Look, okay.
Which ear is missing?
The right one.
Okay. For right, it'll be heads. For left, it'll be tails.
Yeah, go for it.
Heads! Alright. We're rolling him on the right.
Roll on the right side.
Yep.
New. You feel a burning hot pain as your right ear is, well, what's left of it is pushed into the rug carpet of his library and fabric,
Oh, God.
and that really fuzzy fabric is being pushed into an opened wound,
Damn.
and you physically can't stop yourself from screaming.
The blood just comes out
It's
of
not
his
like
mouth.
it's like a brutal scream, but it's like a loud grunt of like. "Oh."
Yeah. A gurgled grunt for the blood.
Yeah.
God's almighty. And he'll push him back because that was not the reaction he was expecting. And kind of try and figure out why there was such a terrible reaction. He's going to start inspecting him and like lifting up his clothes to look for grievous wounds that
Make me a medicine check.
All right. Medicine. Can we get not a natural one?
Medicine.
It's like one of my worst skills. Oh shit, 21.
It's like one of my worst
Ooh.
skills. Natural 19 on the die. 21.
Mm-hmm.
Because you rolled over a 20, he's died recently. You can tell as an
I'm
adventurer
an
who
expert.
has come back from death multiple times and have seen you've seen your friends die and get
Yeah,
resurrected.
like recently.
This man has died recently, been resurrected recently, and died again. And with the amount of trauma to his face, you would guess either some sort of like massive beast did this to him. But then you look at the black veins on his neck and you are kind of terrified because someone physically strong did this, but it was also a spellcaster because you are very familiar with what inflict wounds looks like after spending as much time with Reese as you have. This is necrotic energy that is torn through someone's body, and then someone had physically enough strength to rip an ear off. What looks like be their bare hands.
Oof. Mammoth, come a little closer with that. And with the fire.
Yeah, no. His right ear completely gone. There's barely any dangling flesh left, which is kind of good because the nerves mostly went with it, and it's now just like if there was any lingering piece of it, you know it would be worse. But because whatever did it had such exuberant strength, it was a clean rip. It wasn't any kind of like nasty remains. Well, there's plenty of nasty remains, but there's no lingering remains. You see his nose is broken, and it is not only broken, but the bone is fractured as it was pushed all the way to the point where it was even with the rest of his face.
Oh my god.
Um,
Uh,
his head suffered extraordinary trauma. Obviously, the forehead is cracked. You can see bone showing, even despite the cure wounds. And the eyes are obviously swollen almost all the way shut. You don't know how he's alive. Physically, he should not be alive.
God, you look like a pug with a bad hangover. It's awful.
That's so sad, but so true.
Bulging eyeballs and everything.
Look at those. They're like two grapes. That's terrible. Mammoth,
And
You
man,
know-
go ahead and make me a medicine check as well.
why is cause okay.
twinning!
Oh, yeah.
21. Yeah. So you get the same information,
Twin.
but because of your more kind of not healer-centric background, but more like natural background, as someone who's grown up on an island where there's a lot of things you shouldn't eat, and there's a lot of kind of like longer lasting ailments that can be found in the forms of poison, disease. You are also well aware that not only is he like physically injured and through the necrotic damage, but the fact that the black veins are still normally the black veins are only it only lasts instantaneously and only for like a 6 seconds until it dissipates. And the necrotic energy leaves the bloodstream, or at least dissolves enough that it's not black and sticking to the veins that is showing for skin. His body is fully poisoned as well right now from whatever magical effect went through this, which you would know is also inflict wounds. But it was more than just the spell. There was a secondary effect that caused this ailment, where he is now he's alive for now. But if that's not removed, he could very well die pretty soon. And Mustang, you pick on this a little bit after the fact because you were more focusing on like how he looks. But now you take a look and Mammoth points it out. Comes obvious to you as well.
You said he'll die if we don't do what?
If it's not removed from his system.
I see. Okay. Well, shit.
Hell.
Mammoth, I think we might need to take this guy downstairs.
Right
What does
next to
that
the
mean?
chair.
We need like a healer.
I need a healer.
I didn't know if that had some dark meaning.
No.
This guy is messed up.
Look at the flowers, new. Look at the flowers. Honestly, at this point, it might help.
Oh, this is like the last possible guy that I want to help right now. He was such a freaking creep. All right. And he's gonna kind of scoop him up under his armpits and kind of use his arms as like handles and hoist him up over his back. So he's kind of carrying him like a sack of potatoes over his back. He's gonna start taking him downstairs.
Sure.
He's grumbling the whole way.
I don't know who this guy is.
Man, you have no idea who the fuck this guy is.
I thought we all met him because he
No.
joined up with us for a brief minute, and Mustang was
No,
like, "You edgy
you-
fuck, go away."
Not
I
with
don't think so.
Mammoth there.
Not with Mammoth.
Oh, I
Mammoth
thought
wasn't
Mammoth
here.
was there. You're right. It was just Mustang. I forgot
Yeah.
who was there for that
Yeah,
walk back. It was
Mammoth
such a shit show.
Mammoth got shablammed in after the
While
fact.
I was fighting Belle, yes.
Yeah, when you were fighting Belle, you were the only one in the party that actually knows what New looks like, and or has met him in any semblance so far. So yeah, no, he has no idea who the fuck this guy is.
My bad.
Nice. Cool. So you bring him down to Tess.
Yes, that is where
You
he's
ready to do it?
going.
You
He
bring him down
knocks.
bring him down to Tess Ornford, and the door is closed. You knock.
Yep. He knocks with his head.
With New's head?
No, with his own head, because he's using both his hands to hold New's arms, so he
was
stays
like,
on his back.
Oh my god, this poor
That's
man.
hilarious.
It's like your own. It's like a, mobile knocker, door knocker. Just bring it around. You knock with your head, just kind of do do do, and you hear this kind of very tight. Because again, this is almost 1 a.m. Like you think that she's not there, and you're kind of hoping that she is, and you hear this like, silence. Do you say anything, or do you knock again?
Yes. He knocks again. This time he's gonna
And
kick
she's
the
like,
door with his boot.
The door swings open. And she goes, "I was just hoping that you would leave if I didn't say anything else." And she, same exhausted look, still in the kind of like clerically based doctor's outfit. And she goes,
Yeah.
"What do you? Oh my god!" And she looks new. This is the first time you've seen her genuinely like anything but tired. Like she looks shook by this man and his condition. And she goes, "Holy shit! Did you do this?"
Fucking maybe. I coughed him up. Can I come in?
You did?
Uh, sure. Is he one of yours? And she opens the door to open him in, to let him in.
I sure as shit hope not. And he just he walks in, and as soon as he finds a bed, he throws New down.
Well, I know you and your group are vassals, but I am only. My services are reserved for vassals first. So let me see. And she begins searching his person. And you watch as
No.
she reaches into the bag of holding, and this is your only saving grace, Brian.
Yeah.
Is that when you're entering the bag of holding, you have to request an item. It's not like you
Yeah.
stiff your hand for things. Otherwise, you get that hit. Um, you're very lucky it was a bag of holding on that perception check.
Oh,
Um, I need you, Brian, to go ahead and roll me a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go ahead and roll me a d10.
D10.
Let me know the result, because I'm not looking at roll 20 right now.
2.
2?
Yeah.
This is amazing. Um. You know what? Fuck it. I'll make it interesting. You want double or nothing? You want to keep 2?
Oh my gosh. I
are
don't
you gonna pick
know.
another door?
You've been getting a lot of doors tonight, and I like this. This is great.
Yeah. Double or nothing. Let's do it.
You're like, hey,
Why
go ahead
not?
and roll me
Hey,
another
Why
let's
d10.
not?
go.
You get a 2 again. I'm gonna shit myself right now.
Okay.
Oh,
You're gonna jinx me again, aren't you?
no, you're good.
Oh no. 8.
Okay, do you want the 2 or do you want the 8?
I'm gonna say 8.
You want the 8?
Let's just go with the 8. Yep.
Cool. If you haven't guessed what this is for, she pulls out a coin. Because you made the deal. So, Monica Mischief got you, baby. She pulls out a vassalship token. The first one you got was Evelyn Kroll.
Oh wow.
The fact that 3 of you would have her, hilarious. You wouldn't actually have her. This is 100% fake. But the fact that it was hers after Mustang lied about being Evelyn Kroll's vassal, and then there's 2 other actual vassals of Evelyn Kroll. This would just become the Kroll campaign of where it's just how many babies going out there being stupid. No, you actually pull out a vassalship token that does not look familiar to either to Mammoth or to Mustang. But she does recognize it. She goes, "Oh, I did not know he was still taking vassals, nor did I know that he was maybe he was stationed elsewhere. Oh well." And she sets it down on the counter and puts New up on the table in her room. And she goes, "I need both of you to either leave the room if you don't want to see anything grotesque, or I'm going to need you to help me do something grotesque."
Mustang just looks down at Mammoth.
I would suggest you step out of the room, child.
You should probably go back to bed, buddy.
Well, I want to see.
You know, no. Go back to bed, Mammoth.
No.
Mammoth,
What?
I mean it.
I'm gonna stay.
Mammoth. What if I
Hey,
want
man,
you
Part
back
of
up
the
there?
group.
A man is dying here. Do you mind?
I'm just fine.
I'm just fine.
All right. Oh, what do you need, Tess?
Cool. I need you to hold his face.
My pleasure. And he kind of gets.
She kind of instructs you to show, and you're essentially grabbing. If you're both doing this, Mammoth, you're grabbing the bottom side, and you're kind of just underneath, like just in the center of the cheekbones. You're grabbing the cheeks themselves and pulling them down, and Mustang, you're grabbing the top on his forehead and kind of pulling it back. And you watch she takes a scalpel, and she begins cutting very gently into the bottom of his eyes. And you watch as blood begins to trickle out, the swelling begins to reduce ever so slightly. She goes, "If that waited a little bit more, he would have lost his vision permanently." New, you are in even more immense pain. And actually, because you're in immense pain, she goes, "Oh my shit." And she goes ahead. Takes a bit of she opens up the drawer again that you saw her go in previously, Mustang, the same one where you saw there was a bit of
the
powder
crazy
in there.
drugs.
Powder in there. She takes not the powder that she took herself, but she opens up another container, and this one is a it's kind of like a darker almost brownish looking dust, and she grabs a fistful, closes the jar with the other hand, kicks the desk close, and throws it onto his face and begins to rub it into his ear. And you immediately go numb and drop unconscious. You don't drop to 0 hit points, but you just
Yeah.
become incapacitated.
Gotcha.
As any feeling of your physical body is gone. This woman has so many fun drugs.
Does Mustang
I
recognize
actually have.
this from any of his drug-fueled escapades? This is too
Huh?
medical.
Go. You actually might. Go ahead and Ugh. Because here's the thing: a lot of drugs don't work on you because you're
That's why he's
you
tried 'em
physically
all.
can't take them. But this one actually might. Go ahead, give me a history check. Same with advantage. Dude,
All right.
you're a bit of a junkie at one point.
I'm gonna use an inspiration. I want to know. Fuck. All right, 13.
13.
You want me to know? You want me to know so bad.
Really? I mean, I can keep this a secret and just be perfectly happy with it. Mammoth, go ahead and make me a medicine check. It's just actually just ecstasy.
Damn.
Where'd you get a 10?
And yeah.
Cool. You have no idea. I was having you roll for a different thing anyway. You don't know this specific name, and the effect was far greater than any drug that you've seen or used, but it is very similar to a certain powder that actually did circulate on Prom Cruise for a little bit called hemp.
Dang.
All right.
Temp, you are unfamiliar because you rolled so shitty. You're unfamiliar with the process of how it's made, nor what it actually comes from. But what was found on Prom Cruise essentially did this to you. The way your body works is you can feel. You don't have a nervous system. But anything the smoke touches, you can feel. And you remember, and you kind of get a little bit of anxiety about staying away from the cloud of powder that's kind of sprung up from her hitting New with it, is that you feel whatever the smoke touches. So you kind of like fill in all the outfits, and you can feel your coat, you can feel your gun holster, you can feel your gun when you're holding it, etc., etc. But you don't feel anything inside your body. When you are hit with temp before, you feel nothing, and it's terrifying because it's almost like you don't exist. Because even
Wow,
if you
that is
are,
terrifying.
you don't feel your clothes, you don't feel anything you touch. For a normal person, you know it would have different effects, but for you, you remember the variation of temp that you have, because there's variations of every fucking drug. And everyone wants bootleg versions of them. You had the bootleg version 100%. You just lost feeling in whatever semblance of body you had, which essentially caused you to stumble into basically everything, because you can't feel your feet, you can't feel your boots, can't feel nothing.
All right.
But yeah, it's safe in like smaller doses, but what she just gave him, I mean, he's on the verge of death. Yeah, on the verge of death, you think this is probably an exception, but most of the time you would not use that much on one person. It's a lot.
Seeing as he is holding his head, Mustang leans as far back as he possibly can.
Yeah, you can. Well, no, that was just for cutting the eyes. That you weren't required to hold it throughout the entire thing. Once that's done, she kind of gestures for you guys to walk away, or at least back off a little bit. And after the fact, she's gonna go ahead and we're gonna make a medicine check, a base medicine check, and your girl expertise in Medusan. That's a 27. She sees the same thing that both of you saw, and goes, "Holy shit!" And it's gonna go ahead and cast Greater Restoration to remove the poison condition that you were getting from the chronic. Um, hey guys, that's a sneak peek of what one of Jordan's abilities is. uh, fucking that the poison is gone doesn't change a whole lot. And essentially for the next hour, if you want to stay and watch the entire thing, you can. Ma'am, if this will interrupt your long rest, so you will have to restart again after this. So you're gonna kind of wake up later in the day if you want to watch the operation. But essentially, you watch as she goes about as like removing parts of his body, in kind of a Reese-like fashion. Parts that can't be salvaged or saved because they've been so brutally destroyed and molested, she cuts off and regrows. And you see she casts spells that you actually have never seen before. Because Tess, while not being a combative member of the council, most assuredly is a high enough level to cast certain spells. And at some point, she does cast Regenerate. It's not immediate, but you do begin to see a lot of the physical trauma to his body, which physically would not regrow and just end up in scar tissue being there for the rest of his life, begins to slowly mend. And what doesn't mend, she cuts out and begins to regrow from stem cells, from nothing. And you are kind of like, for one, Mammoth, you're just kind of like, shit, this is fucking cool. You've never seen anything like this before. And you haven't had the opportunity to heal a lot of people in your time. So it's not as like a medical wonder to you. But for Mustang, who's had cure wounds and has healing word and has done a lot of mercenary work, and you've had to heal a lot of people who've gotten shot, you're just kind of you're kind of astounded to the level of complexity that being able to cast a spell isn't that hard in itself. But being able to have the medical knowledge to not just cast it, but be able to remove the dying parts and replace it with new growing ones, and with the precision that she has, is you are watching like a once in a lifetime expert at work on someone that you're probably never going to see. You're not going to see someone in this state again. At least you would presume not to. This is a very rare, very, very rare occasion. Even when like Maeve died, even when Rictus died, their bodies weren't this bad. Because technically, New died 4 times in less than a minute. So yeah. Eventually, the body. Tess puts down her implements, kind of steps back. You see sweat on her brow. And you do see halfway through the operation, she does go back to the familiar jar you saw earlier, takes a hit, goes back to work, and finally steps back, like wiping away some sweat. And you see kind of lets this deep sigh and leans back in her chair. You can hear the squeak as the wood legs leave the ground, and she just kind of balances it for a second, her feet keeping her upright on her desk. She goes, "He will live. It cost a large amount of my resources, so he is going to need. I will. Neither of you are part of his sponsorship, so it is fine. I'm going to need to bill his sponsor though, because that is quite a large tab he has built up. Whatever he faced, physically destroyed just about every vital organ in his body. He's gonna take some time to regrow a lot of the important ones. Do not let him drink anything. Water is fine, but if he drinks alcohol, he will die. His kidney is still regrowing. Kidneys are still regrowing. Oh no, kidney, he lost one. It's gonna take the other time, some time for the other to regrow. I highly suggest you don't let him walk for a few days, maybe. We bounced back rather quickly, but even so, this is ridiculous. Um, and all of the scar tissue that I removed is going to take time to refill. Um, this actually, I can tell you exactly how long, because I have a spell card for that. Doot. Oh, that's right. You do also just regenerate. Regenerate just hit points over time, which is awesome. So you will eventually
Heck
come
yeah.
to full HP throughout the actual operation. Um, stored. Yeah, no. By the end of the hour, New's body from the outside looks like it has regrown everything. The only part that is missing is the right ear. Looks like it is still in the process of regenerating, excuse me. Which is kind of a weird process to watch. Because it is kind of like watching paint dry, but very interesting graphic paint. As you see tendons kind of almost like face huggery-esque tentacles kind of weaving
Ugh.
themselves out of the ear, and then almost like a sewing needle going back in and like literally sewing itself a new ear. Which goes,
Wow.
I'm going to keep his body here overnight, just to be sure, in case there's any more problems that arise. You can come and retrieve him in the morning, but
Oh, do I have to?
it's a good fit. Oh, I guess not. If he's not one of your friends, I just assumed because you brought him here. If you did not bring him here any sooner, within a few minutes he would have been dead. So even if you don't like him, I guess good job on getting some good karma.
Yeah, thanks. A drop in the ocean, I suppose. Do you drink, Tess?
Um, Almost exclusively. I haven't had water in I think about 7 years.
Well, I feel like I owe you one or 10. What do you like to drink?
You owe me many, yes. Um, what does Tess like? Let me go ahead. Let me go roll. Actually, no, fucking Megan.
What?
Just because you've been left out of this immediate conversation, go ahead and give me a d20 roll.
17.
17? 17. Awesome. Nice. She goes, I really don't care. I drink a lot of things, but ciders I am rather particular to. Um, you see, this is a wonderful establishment, the Golden Cutlass. It's
Oh,
has amazing ciders this time of year. I
you got a
actually,
second favorite?
on one of my days off, I might go and visit. I'm in desperate need of a break.
I think
Hmm?
you should find a new spot.
It's just kind of like goes, huh? And I don't think so. That is one of the only places I go to enjoy myself. Anyway,
That is a damn shame.
it is late, and unless you have any other wounds that need curing, I would like to go back to sleeping.
I suppose that's the only favor I could do you with the state that the Golden Cutlass is in right now. So I will leave you to it.
You know, there's also different places to get cider on alcoholic ciders on the island, but Golden Cutlass for sure, one of the best.
Okay. All right, you have a good night, Tess. Thank you for fixing this guy. You know, keep an eye on him. He's a bit of a creep.
She closes the door. And both of you kind of left out in the hallway. And we're gonna fly on over before we end tonight's session to a different part of the island, where a small shifter woman and a rather concerned drow walk the streets together. Yipley,
Huh?
whereabouts are you trying to go? If anywhere?
I don't know.
Where are you headed if any destination is in mind at all?
No, she really has no idea.
If you want, you can just pick a random direction, start walking.
Well,
Just sitting outside of a secret entrance to a thieves guild, definitely not
yeah.
smart.
I mean, she knows she needs to get Doradon out, so I guess she'll try and head towards wherever she thinks.
You have no idea where he's being kept.
Great. So, sure. You said a D4.
I just said you could choose a direction, but if you want to roll for it, you can too.
East.
East. Okay. Okay, we're gonna head towards the eastern side of town. Boy, what a great direction to choose. That's not a diss. It's just you'll see in a second. The irony is palpable. Cool. You can begin to walk. Are you saying anything? Doing anything? Cyrus is following you.
Yeah, no.
She's walking with you.
No, she's not saying anything.
Cool. Cyrus does speak up. Of course. You're not planning on actually leaving, just flying in a random direction, right?
Maybe.
You do. In your state, you would just die outright.
You don't know that.
I do.
Survived the last time.
Yeah, was that of your own accord
No.
last time? Can you do it again?
Maybe.
Right. So, let's say this one more time. Really think it's a stupid fucking idea, respectfully.
Yeah.
You hired me to literally give you advice, and help guide you to destinations. And I'm telling you this right now. If you don't have a destination in mind, it is better to not randomly fly into a storm and wait and try and gauge off of that storm which direction to go in.
Do you think you could guide me to Ravenaka?
We already had this conversation. I
Right.
genuinely have no idea where it is.
Forward.
And she's keeping pace with you. She, doing it in a sense, she does not. After your conversation and the way it went, you should go roll me an insight check, if you will.
Oh. Nine.
Insight 9. You want to use inspiration or you want to keep it?
Yeah, nah, I don't care what she thinks.
I don't care.
At the moment, she doesn't.
Hard to read.
She's just trying to.
No, it's okay. Tell me how you really feel, Megan.
Megan cares.
Yeah, you can just continue walking. It's Cyrus is a wall stone. It's hard to read.
Well, it's not like she's been sharing either.
Yeah. Well, she continues and goes, listen, I don't think it's wise for you to flee the nest when we can just go and find your friends. I mean, I have sending. I can just ask what Duradon is, if he's awake, and if he knows where he is, we potentially just bring him. We can go to him, or we can try and find some way to get him out of wherever he is.
Well, let's do that.
I was really just expecting you to shoot down that idea entirely. I don't have sending prepared today, but I can do it tomorrow.
Why would I shoot that down? That sounds like a really good idea.
It seemed like you were just really wanting to run away as fast as possible. It
No,
was concerning.
not really.
All right, that's good. That's really good. Because you shouldn't. And also keep in mind, even if what you're worried about happening happens, you've also done a lot of good to balance it out.
Have we?
Think back the last month at the very least. Killed the colossal sky swimmer. We forget the second part. You fought literal children of the sins. From what I saw, you fought Marrow, and in large capacities, you've helped very powerful people. You technically, even though you didn't mean to, shut down an illegal fighting ring? Freed of Arnak? I don't know if that's considered good, though. There are omens of death. Stop the heralds. You killed a bunch of heralds. I mean, sure, you fucked with a very powerful family and very powerful people by getting involved with them. But I would try to play to your strengths right now. You, whether you like it or not, have this monarch of mischief on your side. You have everyone that you helped save as proof of what you've done for the better of Paradise Peak. And also, the fact that you have sponsors. I'm not saying honesty is the best option always, because I've lied a lot. And it gets you out of a lot of situations, and I feel that you've done the same. But, I feel like if you just tell them everything, that everything might outweigh the some things. Or at least they might
Really?
help you get protected from those who don't agree with that.
So you
Let me be
think we
clear.
should just lay it all out on the line?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. Mm-mm-mm. Definitely not, because we've done illegal things together. Because we fought in that fight pit. Prefer not to share that. Well, technically, never mind. I'm not gonna fight that. I'm just saying, keep in mind the select good things that you have done in the past, and bring that forward like the fucking truth it is, and don't say any other word that is necessary, but that good.
I'm not good at that.
Right. So you might want Duradon to help you with that.
Yeah, we need to
I
find
can't do that
Duradon.
'cause I'm not a lawyer, and I am a hired crew, so I am obviously biased.
Yeah, you really shouldn't get involved in any of this.
Trust me, I'm not going to. I'm already in hiding, so I don't need to draw any more attention to myself.
Okay, do you know which way it is to anyone that I know?
I have not the slightest clue. You were normally staying in the where were you staying when you were in town? The Golden Cutlass, was it?
I don't know.
I've only been here for so long. I've mainly been out with C. Where do you normally stay when you're here? Do you stay with your sponsors? Do you stay as like a group? Do you have a home, an apartment you rent? Which you might want to think about, doing once you get enough gold. Get like a permanent household, or we can just keep upgrading the ship. Make that a house.
Okay.
That's right. That wasn't today though, Mustang. That was yesterday. But you do know, Kipley, Mustang did say that he'd be at the guild hall. That was yesterday. You don't know if he's still there, but that was the last lead that you had.
He told Kipley that?
Mustang, he used sending to contact you.
Oh, that's right.
That's the one that you didn't respond to because you were in
That's
your
right.
state. So you do have a lead. He airdropped it to you. Yeah, exactly.
She kind of makes a stink face. I think they might be at the guild hall. I was kind
I
of
didn't
trying.
look like you needed to take a shit.
Well,
when you
I
said
just
that.
been trying to avoid
Are you constipated?
that. Sure.
Oh, do you need like a restoration or?
Yeah. I'm tired.
All right. She cast lesser restoration on you. You feel no change. Doesn't remove exhaustion. Lesser laxative? Lesser laxation? Oh god.
Kipley just
I mean, we can-
sighs and just walks towards the guild hall.
As you look around, because you chose east, which I like how Megan just chose it randomly, but it is kind of telling her Kipley. You look around and recognize the district that you're in. You are only a few minutes away from Garen's Crossing.
Ah, fuck, shit.
She's on the eastern, south side of the docks.
Ah.
Not the docks, excuse me, the southeastern side of the city. And you were already by the docks, by the Thieves Guild. So whether you knew it or not in your mind, your subconscious.
I think I thought it was on the west side.
No, it's on the east. The west side docks is where you fought the Heralds, or where the Mustangs group fought the Heralds.
All right. Well, so are we saying she recognizes us then?
Oh yeah, no, you recognize because you've passed through here a number of
Okay.
times. If you want, you can make your way back to the guild hall. But you do just recognize the district that you're in. You can't see Garen's Crossing immediately, but you know it's like less than 5 minutes away.
Yeah, she's just kind of been marching, head down, trying to seem unawares, and suddenly it hits her where she's kind of strayed into, and she kind of stumbles to a stop, eyes bouncing around. She's like, oh shit, oh, nope, oh, fuck, gotta go the other way.
27. I presume you don't want to talk to him right now.
No.
I mean, well, why not?
No, I
'cause you
mean,
don't
yes,
wanna-
of course I do.
Wait, hold on. And she just kind of like drags you into one of the nearby alleyways and goes, I need to understand, just because I know you've made a lot of jokes about me and Durdon, but you and Vince are most certainly a thing of some sort. Are you trying to avoid him to protect him right now, or are you avoiding him because you have troubles?
Isn't that kind of one and the same?
Nope. I mean, potentially? If your troubles, you want to protect him, that's kind of looped in, I guess. But I meant like you're having relationship issues, and that's why you don't want to talk to him.
Oh. No, I mean, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I just needed to ask outright because the way you were talking earlier made it sound like you didn't want to actually see him face to face.
Oh my God,
the whole,
no.
like, trouble thing.
No, if I saw him right now, you would be embarrassed.
Oh. You see, she blushes a little bit. Oh, I am intrigued to ask for detail, but I'm also scared of what I will find. It's like Pandora's box. It's
Yeah.
intriguing, but I don't think I know. I want to know. I don't know what I'd do with the information if I did know. But she kind of thinks to herself and goes, "Oh, good." She's relieved. She's relieved. Detect Fots is gone, so she doesn't.
I
pick
mean,
up
yeah,
the,
Kipley was
the-
literally
the-
like, "Do you
the surface
want me
Fots.
to show you?"
Oh, she backs away from you. She's like, Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Listen, it's not that I'm not opposed to uh to women. It's just
Oh,
not
no, not like.
feel like start. Oh,
No, I was just going to say if you wanted me to show
oh.
you what kind of things I do with him, you know,
It still sounds like the
like
same
a
thing,
sharing
Ghibli. You need
teaching
a
moment.
sharing teaching moment. Why? She gently breaks. You broke Osiris. Are you offering to have? No, no, we can, we can.
What? No.
You keep saying no, but then you keep saying it like you were implying you would be teaching me.
Well, like, no, just showing you.
What does what does it mean when you say Kipley? When you say that sentence, I don't know if you know this. It very much sounds like you are going to physically show me
Oh, no,
what you
like
mean by that.
mentally.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You see full like drow blush is essentially just like it's very hard to see because it's not like the pinkish of like most humanoid flesh. Drow blush is like it almost goes white a little bit, like kind of like it just becomes like a very lighter tone, and you see her face is just pale, like it just almost goes full pale. Just um right, the guild hole. Are you gonna go to the guild hole, or we go to the guild hole? I think we go to the guild hole.
Yes, please guide me, Cyrus.
You know where it is. You know where it is. You're all good. I think I need to go actually back to my hidey hole. Because I not hidey hole. I need to go back to my ship. Because I'm hiding. You know, you can get there yourself. Are you all right? You can do that.
I don't know, she shrugs. But here we go.
Just say yes.
She starts marching off.
Cool. She casts guidance on you. Good luck. And she's gonna cast invisibility on herself, and she just fades away into the background. And Jesus Christ, what 2 minutes of conversation that was. Um, Jared out listening to this is just fuming right now. It's just when I catch you, Megan, when I catch you. Cool, cool. For the sake of brevity, you know your way around the general area at this point, because you, whether you like it or not, have been on this island for a good couple of months and have begun to navigate its roads pretty commonly. So you make your way over to the guild hall. It is at this point. It took you time to do that, have a conversation. Yeah, we'll say time does sync up. It is. You know what? It's around midnight when you show up to the guild hall, and you look around and ask around, uh, and because the party, for one, here's the good thing: the six have become reputable enough that they now know you by name. Um, After coming back from the colossal sky swimmer mission, um, so you ask around for Mustang and Mammoth, and they point you upstairs, especially because you asked for Mammoth because he's the only child in all of the fucking vassalship program. Well, no, he's the second child in the vassalship program. And you make your way up to the library, and it's empty.
Oh, man.
You don't find anyone.
Alright. She'll march back downstairs. Actually, sticks her head back in. Excuse me, librarian. Knocks on the door.
Because you called out? Oh yeah, she shows up. You like are you kind of like peeking your head like around the corner deeper into the library?
Oh, she was like about to step out and then just kind of leaned back in through the doorway.
So you're on the actual like landing floor of the steps.
Yes.
Cool. Because you're outside of the library, you feel a wisp of cold kind of tingle down your spine, and you kind of blink for a second, and one moment she's not there, and one moment she is. She's standing in front of you, holding what looks like to be a small spherical metallic object that is in a varying state of disrepair.
Yes,
Hi.
you returned your book.
Yeah.
I see. On but 2 hours of time notice.
Yeah, it
How
was
very fortunate for you.
down to the wire. That
How
was...
very fortunate.
Yeah.
You see her eyes kind of flicker a little bit, and the fingers just strum on Jorb ever so slightly.
Yep.
Are you here to check out another tome?
Not unless you've gotten anything else about Ravenica.
Behind the veil, the brow furrows, because you didn't ask about Ravenica last time.
Oh.
You asked for
The
you didn't outright ask for Ravenica. You asked for islands. Yeah, you asked
Yeah.
for any sort of maps, in which don't really exist. How can you map something if islands are constantly moving? You see her brow kind of furrows, and you will have to give me a second because I did not have the librarian stat sheet pulled up. Where is my librarian? What is your intelligence? Higher than some of you guys. Not very high, but beats the media. Beats the
Not surprised.
bare minimum. She's not proficient in historicals. She will. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. She's the librarian. I'll give her proficiency in history. That only makes sense. 14? No.
I have no idea what you are talking about.
All right.
But you are welcome to peruse. These halls have many tomes, and while I know the majority of them, well, some sneak through the cracks every now and then. Is that all?
No, I'm looking for my friends.
The smoky one and the
Yeah.
child.
Oh, yeah,
They
that's
were
them.
here moments ago until a strange drow-like figure collapsed on a table in front of them.
Cyrus?
No, it was male.
Oh.
Heap of feathers. Strange.
Okay.
Darkish hue.
Cape of Feathers rings a bell. It's the same description that Rhea gave you last time
Oh, on the one that they...
about someone who might know
Right.
something about Ravenica.
Oh.
That kind of clicked. It was a drow. It wasn't a drow, excuse me. She knows what a Shatterkai is. Librarian doesn't. She doesn't get out that much. But the description kind of matches what you were told.
Well, you don't know which way they went, do you?
I believe they took him to the infirmary because he was on death's door.
Oh, great. Okay. Which way's that?
Why don't you wait here for now? I'm sure they'll be up soon. We
I...
can chat.
This has
about
been
this
so great.
Ravenica.
Okay, bye-bye.
I insist.
She's...
Should I walk away?
She's gonna try.
I mean, wisdom save. For
Okay. Great.
8. You start walking away, and you start walking away. You start walking away. You're not really going anywhere. It kind of feels like someone. It's kind of like. Does it feel like somebody has a like a hand on you, but it more feels like the plank of wood that you're trying to go down for the stairs. Almost like slippery. You just can't move. You can't go down the stairs. And if this isn't moving, I mean, you try and like sort of reach your leg all the way to its maximum extension. Nada. You turn
Shoulders
back, and the
drop.
librarian just smiles. I insist.
Yep. Okay. Do you at least have any, like, food or drink or anything? Oh, wait, no, I don't need that.
You're in a library.
What do you
Even
want
a
to
small
know?
bird. Come.
And she snaps her fingers, and you are both in the interior chamber where Mustang had to fight. So you're both sitting at a table, sitting across from each other. There is it's like shitty Starbucks, kind of.
Yuck.
There is a few pastries um, that look, I mean, they look like they're not like old and stale, but certainly not like fresh. Um, like a small baguette.
Eh.
There is some appear to be like frosted, sort of like frosted cookies, but the frosting covers the entire cookie. Um, there's like a shell on the outside, and there's a variety of different similar as foods. All of them are desserts. Um, and she's sitting on the opposite end, arms crossed, one leg kind of crossed on top of the other. As she looks towards you, when I say on top of the other, I mean it bends at an angle it shouldn't. and, and she kind of sits across, smiling behind the veil towards you.
Tell me, what is this Ravinica you speak of? It's not a name I am fully familiar with, and I'm familiar with a number of things.
It's a name of an island I'm looking for.
An island you're looking for? What type of island? Local, far, moving, still, anchored on this realm, on other?
Kippley's like, they're saying all that, she's like reaching for a random pastry. She's really not picky.
Yeah,
Kind
pick
of
one up,
picks
throw
at
on the
it.
cart.
Um,
Bad.
I honestly, I don't know where it is.
Right.
Probably a
But you
lot
know
of fog.
fog, misty, shroud.
Yes.
Shroud. It's by the
Shrouded.
shroud, yes. Is it on the veil?
That sounds promising.
The shroud that encapsulates the Isles, keeping it forever stuck with all those inside of it,
What?
protecting the walls that hold our fine country. Well, no longer country, now it is but a assembly of different small isles, playthings pretending to be brotherhood.
The
If
shroud.
you- Yes.
Oh, no, keep going, I'm listening.
If your island is encompassed in an ever fog, you might find it by the shroud.
So the shroud is what's keeping the islands from disappearing?
No. The shroud is what keeps us in. Nothing moves past it. It is the barrier that stops the outer rim from being susceptible to breach.
What's in the outer rim?
Otherwise, this populace would all be but a ghost town, or I suggest a ghost island chain. What's outside the rim is not to my knowledge, for I have not seen past the veil myself. No one has. That is between whatever divinity and creator of it would have.
Do you know who created it?
Yes. Would you like to research that tome?
Or you could just tell me? She munches on her
Hmm.
pastry a bit.
I like the questions that I ask you. I don't like spilling the enriching process that is reading. It betters one's mind. Appreciating the hard efforts of others. I myself have knowledge of many things, but I am not an all-knowing tome. I have my limits. But bringing tomes to me, she kind of does a dragging motion with her finger, and you watch as a book just flies off of one of the shelves and lands in front of her. Now that I can do. So would you like to read that book? Or would you like to answer some of my questions?
I don't mind answering questions. But just so you know, I do read. I have read things.
Good. I wish more did. This world would be a better place if they learned from the mistakes of others.
She kind of
But
shrugs a bit.
tell me, this Ravinica, why do you seek it? What is its purpose in your journey?
I don't know yet.
You know you must be there, but not for what purpose?
Yes.
A mission, a job? No, no. A deal. I see. And the island, you know of its purpose? You not know of your purpose on it, but you know what the island's purpose is.
No.
You mentioned earlier there was a moving island, yes?
The walking island?
Walking island is very different from moving.
Oh. Oh,
So the isle is alive. A walking island covered in fog, wandering the Shrouded Isles. I'll go ahead and give her another chance. Now that you've given her more information besides just a name to go off of. 25, a natural 19 on the die. I think I might know what you seek, darling.
Alright.
Ravinica is not a name I know it by. But there is a similar story. One that I have not had to acquire from this tome in quite some time. It's more common as a fairy tale amongst the young. Many people, many beings have different creation stories. No one knows the real answer to who or what created this place we call home. But I do remember there was a tome that, well, purely fictional, at least I believe so, encompassed this being. Something that destroyed its corruptions, cleansing a war-torn and self-diluted world until it was clean once more. It did not go by Ravinica, though. What was its name? Begins all of her fingers
begin to rapidly move. Kind of like fuck, if anyone has seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, where Joestar's metallic hand just begins to like freak out every now and then and just bug out.
Oh
All of
yeah.
her fingers begin to just, in a similar motion, crack and move in different angles and places. It just, again, should not actually be able to accomplish. And books just begin to fly off the shelves at a rapid pace. And you watch as they hit the table and open, and she begins to flip through them. And as she does, watch as 1, 2, 3, 4 more spectral arms come out of the librarian and begin to flip through different books. And you see the eyes behind the veil double, triple, 6 sets of eyes begin to flip through, each of them eerily looking in a different direction.
I love the librarian.
Most people would at this point be asked to make a wisdom saving throw, but for you, I'm just gonna let it slide because honestly, for the person that stared a lich in the face and then decided to vacuum it himself, I think this isn't the weirdest thing you've seen this month. Never mind this week. So it just creeps you out a little bit. Looks a little weird, but nothing past that point. The name. This is time Dom gets to go in his notes. There we go.
It was not called Ravinica when I heard of it, but here.
Places a finger on a book, throws all the others back with her fingers, and slides it across the table to you.
Kipling kind of slowly pulls it towards her, sets down her little pastry off to the side, and kind of draws in a deep breath and looks and reads.
The excerpt from where she pointed to, it's already halfway through the book. So there's more story to this. And you can take more time if you wish to read through the full thing. Obviously, ain't got that time tonight. And I'm
Yeah.
not going to subject the entirety of the party to do that. If you are going to, if you would like to read through the entirety of this book, I will send you the Google Doc. I'll send you a Google Doc. I'll summarize what I have in my notes and put the important bits in there for you. I'll share it. Whether you want to share it with the party or not is up to you. But just gleaming through this portion,
Yeah.
you see it scarily aligns with what she just said. And the story goes about in the island that walked on a blackened archipelago and took the shroud that kept a barrier between man and myth with it, was trying to save what it thought was its home, but in doing so destroyed civilization on this world. It is very much in a similarity to at least the first part of the passage kind of reminds you of like a lighter, like almost Thomas the Tank Engine kind of vibe of like, oh, like it's a kid's book, like, oh, like I think I can, like a island that never endeavors to stop trying to clean the world. That sounds like an amazing thing. Then the more you read, the more you see that cleaning, first off, the word is cleanse, and you know that has many different meanings when put down in text. And the more you read into it, at least from this small excerpt that she points out, and from what you were told by the vampiric clan you ran into, slowly begins to put one thing into another. That cleanse doesn't necessarily mean good thing. But the name on the island certainly wasn't Ravenica. In this, it was Aphelios. I'll go ahead and post that in general. Actually, you know what? I will post this in game visuals. You don't get a picture of Ravenica, but you do get the name and a similarly inspired. Where did I put this little guy? Uno momento, por favor. This is gonna look familiar to one of you. There he is. It's not one-to-one, nor do you think this is Ravenica because it doesn't completely fit the description. But this is the title that you were given. Philios, the cleansing scourge. And any more time that you want to take to look further into it, you can. But she just kind of points it out to you, and it does kind of fit pretty similar to the story that you were, at least the description that you were given by your patron.
What is there a name on the book as a whole?
You flip to the front cover.
Mm-hmm.
You look, and the Elden Ring walking. Yeah, it's gonna be a massive bell hanging low. You flip to the front, and it is the. I want to clarify, I get this right. Right. The end of a beginning.
Kipri like kind of slowly closes the book. Could I possibly check out another book?
Considering you met your deadline, by all means, for the very minimum that you piqued my interest, I would be perfectly fine loaning you this. And because the tome was exceptionally taken care of previously,
Thank you.
you can have it for a little longer.
Ooh.
We'll call this a nice even 4 months.
Previously, you got like 2.5. You doubled it, almost.
Thank you. Okay, anything else you need from me?
I don't need anything from you.
Oh.
I simply wanted to have discussion. I don't often get to have my patron that come to these halls not fear me, simply grab their tomes and skedaddle for another day, but you are willing to have conversations like these. And you have new information for me I did not know Ravinica was another name for this story. And I shall now mark it in my own notes.
Oh, yeah, I mean, anytime you need to talk, or, we can compare notes and stuff. She shrugs.
When you find this Ravinica, make sure you return so you can give me a detailed recount. I would like to keep a personal note or study on this. If it is the same fairy tale, perhaps the history books need to be updated, and fiction becomes reality. If it is.
Alright. Yeah, no. When I come back, I'll share everything I know.
Good. Your friend should be arriving soon.
Oh.
They were planning on staying in my abode tonight, are you?
If I'm welcome.
For you? Well, they've just been sleeping in chairs. Snaps her fingers, and you see a different part of the library you haven't been into before, because it is not accessible by the public.
Oh.
As these kind of overhead chandelier dangling down with these small crystal gems on the end, all of which are a different color. Variety of blues, purples, some greens, and kind of like a darker color spectrum hangs above and just sheds this multicolored light into this darker, dimly lit interior of kind of like a Victorian-esque bedroom. You see the bed itself is massive. It's about 20-ish feet long, about like 15 feet wide. It has the kind of like the curtains. I forget the technical term, but it has the curtains that are built into the actual bed frame itself,
Oh,
so you can
yeah.
like pull them fully closed around you. And everything in here just looks like kind of ancient. There's no dust or like cobwebs necessarily, but like the style of the architecture just kind of reminds you of what would be pre Arcane Detonation.
Man, like Kipley with 4 levels of exhaustion is just standing there looking at it, and without even realizing it, just verbally, he's like, oh, man, the things Vince and I could do in that bed.
Say that out loud.
Just doesn't even realize she's saying it.
Go ahead, roll. This is gonna be 100% like a vibe check. For the story.
A vibe check? Like,
16. Okay.
oh.
She doesn't say anything. In fact, you turn around of like oh god, did you hear that? And she's not there. But you do see there is like basic commodities, and there's also a door that is about 15 feet from the bed, and upon opening, you see it leads to the library itself. However, the side that you have that you're on has a handle. You look on the other side; it's completely flat. It looks like it's part of the wall.
Oh, man.
This 100% is a hidden chamber that's like roughly about 20 feet from the actual entranceway.
She, like, walks up to the bed, climbs up onto it.
You feel the exhaustion hit immediately as you lie down. Your entire body just kind of sinking in. The mattress is one of the softest you've had in a long time. Again, Dragon's Vow is has many comforts that most ships wouldn't. But even so, it's not the most comfortable opposed to land-dwelling establishments. Just sinking into a real bed, soft pillows, you just kind of feel yourself, not immediately, but on the verge of sleep, building quickly.
Yeah.
About 15-20 minutes go by, and Mammoth and Mustang, I presume you're going to return to the library upstairs?
That's where Mustang's going.
Yeah.
Home sweet home.
After you arrive back up, the librarian is there. You see she's currently sitting at a table reading for a book. Which is weird. She doesn't normally manifest physically in the library when you're there, except to kind of like respond to any questions and or just peek in on what you're doing. And she turns to you and goes,
Your friend is currently sleeping in the other room. She'll be waiting for you in the morning. I believe you're going to have some very interesting news to share with one another. I can't wait to see.
or she just kind of poofs out, and the book just drops and hits the table.
Damn. Is there any sign of this room, or is it completely
You
hidden
don't
now?
see it. She just says she was in the other room. You go and check the interior library, thinking that's the only other room there is, and it's empty.
Damn it, I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of people just not saying things how they are.
I agree.
Do you think she's talking about Kipley or maybe Reese?
I don't know.
Do we have any other lady friends? Cyrus?
Duradon?
I don't know.
Pterodon. I would like to rage. Oh, rage against the man.
Rage against the patriarchy.
Yes.
Amen. Did you guys settle in for the night?
Yeah, I was gonna make sure Mammoth gets all tucked in, but he was gonna sleep tonight, but after everything
Now?
that happened with New, he's feeling on edge, so he's gonna kick back in a chair.
You especially are questioning even more things after having the random person who did protect you, but did also, say some concerning things,
Little freak.
pop up dead at your feet through your mouth, right after having complex feelings about your ex. So, yeah, it's rough. But eventually, you do settle in for a long rest, and Mammoth finds sleep once more. For everybody, because literally almost every single person here is either exhausted or had their long rest interrupted, you're going to wake up later into the day. By the time the party convenes, it's going to be roughly about we're going to call it 11 o'clock in the morning, having to actually sleep in. But the good news is, everyone go ahead and mark down a long rest. Kipley, you go down to 3 level exhaustion.
Yay.
New, you go down to 1 level of exhaustion.
Woo!
And everyone can mark back all their spells and all of their abilities that they get. As we end tonight's session there, so we can pick up next week, New also levels up to level 7.
Whoa, whoa.
Let's go.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
I didn't know.
Well,
New
since
was-
since I died 4 times, do I get 4 levels?
Yeah, no, bud. But what does kill you makes you just a little bit stronger.
Okay.
Go ahead, mark down level 7. we can workshop some item abilities over the week. And
Sure.
good job, everybody. It was
Heck yeah, man.
good. We had a mix between. I was worried that this turned into a new dying session, and we spent
Oh,
4 hours just scripting his death, which we
Right.
did. We
Yeah.
did, but you got to the scripted death, which was good. I would prefer you not die to a flame trap that only deals fucking 4d6, than die to the man of the manor.
Right. Well, I knew I
Uh,
wasn't sticking around to try to fight my way through some
No,
wormlings.
I like how both times you just walked away from your problems. You're like, the wormlings, I'm gonna walk away from them. Ivar, I'm gonna try and break free and walk away from them. God, yeah, I'm gonna try and walk away from.
I'm just gonna casually walk.
Yeah, I wanted to give James at least a chance to awaken. He was gonna lose that fight no matter what, because Ivar alone was gonna kill him.
Yeah.
The problem with Ivar was that he didn't want to show up, because he's a wanted criminal, and he has to make his way through town to get here. But he was told if you didn't leave the manor, kind of within the hour, or at least within a few hours, you probably were dead, and the mission was failed, and he had to go in and do it himself. And you, because you stealthed all the way up the mountain around it, and then spent 30 minutes hiding within it, the timeline was kind of syncing up. So I was like, all right, well, a guy's gonna do it himself. Although if you did fail, James would have lived, because he couldn't have gone into that vault. He ain't got the
Wow.
thieves' tools. He ain't got the knowledge. He would
I'm
have just been
kind of
banging on a metal
sad
door.
he died.
Yeah,
kind of a bummer,
James is
but
dead. Can't wait for Jared to find that out after he spent all that time trying to save him. But he's cooked. You do have his head though, if you want to talk to him.
true.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Yeah.
We could get his will and testimony for his wife and daughter.
Because you didn't destroy the head. Go ahead and mark down your inventory. You do have James's head.
James head.
You got head, bro.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, go ahead and mark down retroactively, because as players we know what it is. Go ahead and mark down 3 Alistair's pocket watch. You don't have to.
How do you spell that?
Let me go ahead
Wait.
and check myself before I wreck myself.
Pretty sure you spelled it
But
like kind of funny, like
I
Alistor with
did.
an I.
I did. The pronunciation, I think, is different from the actual spelling, because he's a special little guy. But yeah, no. Those teleportation
Alistair.
devices that said that they'd be done in a few months. Well, guess what? New's the first party member to get them.
Wait, hold on. Teleport.
Yeah, that was the
Ninjas unlock
entire.
fast travel.
Did you forget the entire reason why fucking he got put under protection by the Nimbalas in the first place? I don't give a fuck that he was held hostage by the Heralds. Who cares? They cared about him because he had fucking technology. He told you guys straight up he was making
had the
portals.
tech.
He was making
Making
portals that would
portals.
revolutionize how travel works in a world where if you go out to sea and you get a mimic island, yeah, people are going to want fucking portals, man.
When that bill was gonna come due.
Man,
Oh,
I'm
finally.
sad. I'm so sad he's dead.
Where's Alistair? We gave him 2
Sorry,
chances to awaken.
guys.
We gave him 2
Yeah.
chances to awaken, and if he became a mage, he could have teleported out of there. Unfortunately, dice was not in his favor. If anyone is to blame, Ash killed him. She rolled like shit.
Yeah, what the
Hey,
fuck?
you know, you
man?
could say that it was them for choosing the same thing twice.
No, I'm gonna blame you.
Yeah, I
All right,
also
I'll take
Yeah.
it. I'm not too torn up about him being dead, so I'll shoulder this heavy cross.
Oh, yes.
Never mind me that was giving him false hopes of being able to escape.
No,
and appeared right
that
in
was
front of him.
dirty. I let him walk away and then teleport to kill him is nasty.
Nothing personal, kid.
That is fucking
Yeah.
diabolical.
Yeah, why aren't you guys mad at him? He killed him.
For sure, in the morality of the group,
He's
this is
getting the
not going to
bag.
be a good entry.
Mm-mm.
This new is not a good fucking compass for morality. Does not point north. He points Points towards whatever fuck is gonna save his ass.
Ay,
Uh,
ay, ay.
but that was good. We got a lot of shit, which I'm very happy with. We got a lot done.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least most of us are in the same building now.
Yes, we're all together.
Serious.
Kind of.
Alistair
Kind
Trebin. There we go.
I'm
That's
still coming together, but
post to that in general chat. You don't know what they do. You still need to have them properly identified, but you got
Okay.
them. You got 3 of them that work.
nice.
You didn't take the 2 that were unfinished. They
No.
do different things, which is fun. But I'm excited. I'm excited. The gang is back together, and we got a whole lot of tea to share. This harbor is gonna be tasty. Oh.
I hope the shit show is slowly
Uh,
crawling
what?
to an end here.
I do have to ask. Megan,
Uh-huh.
is Kipley gonna properly read through that book? The end of beginning.
I mean, if it reads like
Because page to page, it's roughly about 120.
Woo.
It's not a lot. 120 is not a lot. It's a more than what you can do in, like, you can knock it out in like a day or so if you spend the majority of your time doing it.
Wait, is this just the book or the Google Doc?
No, I'm talking about the book itself, for like the in-game.
Oh.
It is
Yeah,
not
I was
120
like,
pages of
I'm
lore.
gonna
That's
rethink
why I was
Dear
like,
that.
God.
almighty, you're gonna spoil the whole campaign for her.
No, the campaign doc is barely that size. It's close, but it's not.
Oh.
What are we up to?
Yeah, I think she would. I mean,
No,
if-
actually, the campaign's bigger than that.
Oh,
Jesus
damn.
Christ.
But it's not. No. If you want to skim through it, you can make like investigation checks to try and get out key details.
I mean, I feel like this is a huge amount of information she didn't know before. She's probably going to read through it.
Read through the entire thing. Cool. It'll take a couple. We'll say at least a couple of days.
Yeah, that's fine.
She
She
just
gets
you're
it for
doing it
4
during like your common
months.
hours. Yeah. Cool. So I will send you the doc of everything that you will find in there. It's not going to be too beefy. I'll carve out a lot of the unnecessary details for you, but I'll get that to you, and you can decide of how much you want to share with the party members.
Okay.
You can also just give the book to other people if you don't, and we can just post it in.
I'm not
public,
giving that
but-
book to anyone else.
All right. Secrets. I like it.
No,
Uh,
if it gets damaged, I'm the one liable for it.
Oh yeah, no. It's not that I don't want to share. It's that I don't trust you guys. That's I like that. That's good. I also like the subplot that Mustang really just wants to learn about this world's drugs, and
There
that
he
you
is.
just. I feel like you're gonna find more excuses to keep going to Tess, so you can just see her take more of that powder and then try and fucking steal some yourself or some shit.
No, he's clean. He's been clean for at least 5 years. He's avoiding this stuff like the plague. He just knows.
All right. Sure. Deception check. No, I'm kidding. No, I did make a bunch of drugs for this world though, because I was like, it's pirate
Someone's gotta
times.
do them.
Well, no, yeah, it's pirate times, and your life is really shitty, and you don't have like a lot of outlets that you can do on the open sea. So what do if you aren't an important member of a crew and you're just on the Dweller and you got some extra gold to spend?
Drogas.
Alcohol and drugs, baby. We got problems. No, but there's a lot of them with like semi-magical effects or just like bodily effects. You can find out a few. I'm scared to see how it would change the party. Because I feel like some of you have addictive personalities in this game, and I also don't want to give the child drugs. So we'll see how that goes. But I can't wait till you can find out more about this shit. The lead I was talking about earlier was when Ivar was hinted at is because Zyrus, when Zyrus and Kipley went down, was talking with Rhea, and even with New, she mentioned it, that there was an operative in the field as she said, was working around the heralds. She said that Opperfield was, she didn't say working with, she said working around the heralds, and that this guy was going to sing on them, and that he was part of their organization. So as you don't know it in game yet, because obviously New hasn't said anything, but as players, Ivar, who is the brother of Almos, for those who might have forgotten, and also one of the people who has helped you in Port Cliff. It's not only part of the Heralds, also part of the Thieves Guild. At least this branch is known to this branch of the Whispers of the Wind.
You know, I don't think. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying I was very curious if anyone would get it. So it's like there's literally, if you think back and you can remember, out of the party members, no NPCs were there. It's only PCs, unless you start questioning each other of who's a thief here and who worked with the Heralds. There's only one NPC who walked away from that fucking night. Technically two, although almost was, meh.
Fuck
He was
that
dead.
guy.
He was playing dead that night, so it was kind of ruled out. Rule of the mission. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say, Ivar's never done anything bad to us. Nothing too bad. He's been a help more than anything, but I still can't help but kind of hate him because he looks like his brother.
Yeah, no, well, he did do some bad things to you. He beat the shit out of Rictus. If you remember.
Yeah.
Rictus killed the guy with the natural 20, and then Ivar came over. I chose randomly of who he wanted to swing on, and I said, no, it's not going to be random because he just killed a dude in one strike. He's interested. And then Ivar didn't get a natural 20, but he just does. He did a lot of damage because he was using his greatsword back then.
Hulk smash.
So, yeah, no, he Hulk smash landed, knocked him prone, and beat the shit out of Rictus.
Mm-hmm.
No, I like Ivar though because he wasn't meant to be redeemed, in any way, shape, or form. But Jared said, "No, I like him. I want him," and then gave him a path to redemption by letting him live. And fucking, even though technically Maeve would have lost that battle, but you healed her, which fucking, you know, Jared got some favors coming your way, Ash. Even though you did heal her during the fight, fucking, he was like, "Hey, that bitch beat the fuck out of me." She beat the fuck out of me, and also she showed draconic traits, and he is, was it a Drakir? I forget. No, it's not Drakir. Fuck, what is it? It's in Jared's secret channel. He's part of the dragon lineage. That's a custom race.
Real recognize real.
Yeah, it's essentially like, hey, like we're cousins, or we may be like distantly related, and we beat the shit out of each other, and it was cool. And we don't want to. You don't want to kill me. I don't really want to kill you. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck, what was the name? Let me erase that shit. Anyway, yeah, we also have a whole bunch of important lore coming up. As you can tell, Ravinica, or Aphelios, Karos, however you want to say it. We got that to learn about. Also, New isn't part of the party, but has been at least introduced to the party now after your little death game. But I will say this: welcome to the Children of Mischief, baby.
I thought it would fit.
Let me. Oh yeah, no. Let me tell you though. You got a way worse deal than everyone else.
Oh,
Everyone else.
He was.
Well, to be fair, everyone else here. I'm not going to tell you the extent of your deal of everyone else's, because technically everyone is tied to Monarch of Mischief, whether they like it or not, because you used her idol to level up. So she physically has a hold on all of you. Some of you then made individual deals, yada yada yada. But New didn't have an idol. Was just a straight up connection between him and his little Shadowfell side piece. And straight up said, "Hey, I own you.
Yeah, whatever, just get me out of this."
You work for me because you would be dead right now, and you are going to be dead if I don't intervene." And she wouldn't, to be fair, she wouldn't have been able to intervene if Duradon didn't help you. So Duradon technically saved New. There you go. Full circle. By fucking over the Six's reputation, you saved a potential party member / random guy
Mm,
who
we'll see.
doesn't have an ear. You got Mike Tyson. You got Mike Tyson.
Yep.
Live
Yep.
tell a tale. I did like the conversation that was happening in general chat, by the way, while that brutal beatdown was happening.
I had to cope somehow.
I kept hearing did it, and I look over and I see you're discussing height charts while New's getting brutally beaten. And you're just like, oh, that's so cool. What's Durdoms? Oh, that's so cool. What's Kipley's? Oh, that's so cool. What's Mustangs? Oh, that's so cool. And then it's just New in the background getting the Hulk memed. Just
Yes.
doof, 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 doof.
You want a
And then
piece
I
of
look
this?
over and I see me trying to distract myself with my stupid little chart. This is the most brutal beatdown ever. Oh. Yeah, but hey, you're at least, even though Mustang doesn't like you, you're at least Sanity brothers. Both of you have one Sanity mark on you,
Yeah.
which I am so excited for. Because this is a system that I have stolen. I won't say where from, because I don't want you looking ahead. I want this to be a surprise, but I stole this from a place deep to my close to my heart, deep to my soul, and I know you guys will enjoy it. It'll be fun when it comes
For sure.
across. Because my little reality loving ass is like, there's no way you go for the horrors of this campaign and D&D and don't lose some sanity, and it doesn't do something to you. And this is that something. We'll find it. We'll find out
I
what
really
it is.
like the size chart, and I especially like that
Size chart is adorable.
Mammoth looks like
Is
fucking Chucky.
So small.
Like his
Yeah.
silhouette
The
does.
The silhouette is Chucky. Like, Mammoth is much more beefy than that.
Yeah.
I had to make a
Um,
choice
let's see.
between
my
all the
God.
avatars.
D&D, everyone is just so tall. Let's see. What is Iris's height? Oh God. Oh yeah. I forgot. That's kind of concerning for her. Think about it. She's not 5'6". She's 5'5", but she wears heeled boots, so she's 5'7".
Cyrus?
Yeah. And Dirt on 7'1", so do that math.
Jungle Jim.
We're climbing trees, baby. We're climbing trees. And
I'm gonna be
well,
a
she
bitch
has
called a
cure
ride
wounds.
ride.
She has
Like
cure
the
wounds for something.
dude that plays the mountain from Game of Thrones and
She
his
has
wife.
cure wounds.
Yeah, that was a funny picture when they
Oh,
first showed
goodness
that.
gracious.
The entire internet just being like, oh, the mountain and the tunnel. I think that's what the movie was. I
Yeah,
forget.
something like that.
Been a while. But yeah, you guys. I mean, you have a diverse, fucking height chart for everyone. Also, Shazai was really tall too, so
I thought it was 7 something.
yeah. There's always been a ladder.
Yeah, I think
And,
he might have been taller than Dirdon. I think he was like 7'3".
Oh my God! Every time I see it, it's just like
Oh my God.
it must be like just doing it with like a pillow for him. It's just, is there anything under me? I don't know. But you know who would know?
That's
Apparently
horrifying.
Kipley. Apparently Kip. I'm not saying that because of Vince. I'm just saying that because holy shit, that freaky or Fripley? Fripley, is that the new
Fripley?
Freakly.
or freaky Kipley? What's going on
Freakly.
there, bud?
Freakly.
Freakly. I can show you is such a wild thing that I was like, I don't know how to switch on that because
She just thinks she's sharing.
no,
Jerry's
I love
scary.
the fact. I genuinely love that for you that Kipley thinks it's a bonding moment. But Zyrus, who's like pragmatically talking about how to save your life, and then you're like, "Oh, you want me to show you?" It's like there's questions that have to be asked, and with you, there's no straight answer that can be given. So it's like
Yeah.
that was just a fun moment where it's like I genuinely don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and if you're asking to have sex, I don't. We got too much in common, girl. Oh, that was good. That was good. I was genuinely curious to see if you flee the nest. I thought you were going to. I would have lost gold tonight if I was betting on it.
I mean, as much as she's playing around with it, she also does not want to end up a forever corpse at the bottom of the ocean. So,
Yeah, because let me tell you,
no,
4 levels exhaustion, half speed. If you
that
flew off
terrified
into a
her.
storm. Now, of course, if you were healthy, even still, you don't have enough shifter flight
Yeah.
to get you to the next island. Because next island isn't Portcliff. That's there's other like smaller chains of islands between like and other places. It's just the fact that you don't know where they are. Because you have no any sailing experience you've had has been very limited in what paths you've taken. So without like a guide, and especially without the compass that Zyrus uses to navigate between places, you ain't got jack shit. It would just be picking a direction and me rolling to see if there's anything in your path. You probably would have come across another ship that would have just, you could have stopped by and been like, hey, I'm dying. Please help me. But that's a whole nother thing to get into.